Okay, I think we will try to start quite fast because we have a packed agenda. So welcome to the Connect working group. If you're looking for open source, that's not this room. Okay, just be aware. So I thank you very much all for being around. I'm here with my amazing co-chairs, Paul and Stavros. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so I would like also to thank the stenographer and our scribe, Jelena. And with that, you've all read the minutes of the previous session.
All of us.
Yes,
all of us, and we had so many comments. We don't know how to address.
It's perfect. So then we are all on the same line, and I guess that with this, we actually have a slide with the agenda. Oh damn, I forgot that. Yeah, it's even readable. You know, I'm doing some progress now. Yes. So that's our agenda, and we will start right now with the presentation of Leo that's going to give us a PeeringDB update. Leo, the stage is yours. Thank you very much. Do you want this mic, or do you want the... Okay, all right.
Hello, everyone. I have an update for you on PeeringDB. Start with the people news. So this is the board of directors and officers. Shauna is the secretary and treasurer, the person who deals with sponsorship. If you want to become a sponsor, she is the person who will be helping you. Job, in the bottom right, is also chair of the Volunteer Operations Committee. He's standing down. We're looking to recruit more people to the Operations Committee. That's the group of people that makes PeeringDB run as an operation. And so if you or one of your colleagues are interested, please let the stewards know. You can send me an email. The email address is on the front slide. This is the admin committee. They're the people who answer your support queries and help you when the website doesn't do what you want it to do. This is the outreach committee. We'll be joined by Yolandi, who is moving from the product committee. And this is the product committee. And Yolandi's picture should be on the other slide. She is moving as of this week. So I think operations news is probably the most interesting. We have an apology to make. We're very sorry about the recent performance of the site. We have been the subject of lots of AI scrapers, and they scrape faster than we would like. We do have rate limiting, but the rate limiting was put in place for the API and not for the web pages, because we didn't anticipate that the AI scrapers would ignore the robots.txt and just scrape. The good news is that we are completing this month the move from VMs, which didn't scale well, to containers, which can scale much better. So the immediate resolution for the operations issues is that we will be able to just scale horizontally and add more capacity. We're also this month introducing metrics for service level indicators, things like how quickly does it take for you to load a web page? And we will then be putting some work in over the new year so that we go and make improvements based on the measurements that we discover as a result. We do have ideas for improving operations, things like distributing the service geographically, segregating the service for logged in users versus anonymous users, that sort of thing, adding PeeringDB, which is our local mirror cache that you can run on your laptop or in a server in your own organization. At the moment, it's a local version of the API. We're thinking maybe because 4 in 5 of the people who respond to our survey say they use the website versus the API, maybe we need to add a web interface to PeeringDB PY so that you can go and do web queries that run on your own laptop or a server in your own organization. But the immediate thing is that we're switching to containers, we're going to be adding more capacity, and then we're going to be working on further improvements. So outreach news, I'm developing a little micro-learning about PeeringDB PY, explaining why you should be using it and how simple it is to install. We will hopefully have that ready early in the new year, and then it will be on the RIPE NCC Academy. The RIPE NCC and other organizations will be able to refer to that in any training they do when you get an AS number or something like that, so that anyone who needs access to PeeringDB can go and run all their queries locally. And of course, that means that they're going to get the very best performance. Ben, as chair of the outreach committee, has a big plan for next year and how he's going to manage community engagement. I don't want to steal his thunder, so I'm not going to say too much about it, but you know, we have a lot planned for next year. Product news, we now have the network comparison feature. It's been released. It lets you compare networks by facility. We will be expanding this so that you can compare networks based on IX, include country data, make the columns sortable, and improve the color scheme with a key and all that good stuff. There is more product stuff that we could talk about, but time is short. So I will just push the survey. Even if you just answer 1 or 2 questions, leave a comment, please tell us what is important to you so that we can focus future product development based on what it is that is valuable. Because obviously we like it when you send us emails and you engage in GitHub or whatever it is to tell us what you want, but this is a good way of telling us in a very cheap way to you, in that it can take just a couple of minutes, but because there are hopefully going to be many of you who will look at that QR code and go and complete the survey, that will mean that we'll have statistically meaningful input from our users. And like to remind you that PeeringDB is entirely supported by sponsors. You can become a sponsor if PeeringDB is important to you. And these are the sponsors who are supporting the work that we do. And we'd like to thank them very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo, very much. Anyone has any question for Leo? Don't see anything in the chat? No? Thank you, Leo, very much. So I would like to introduce the next speaker, Stefano, from University of Sapienza in Italy. So he's gonna give us a very nice presentation about the blind spots of IXP route servers. And he's the first RIPE meeting for Stefano, so please be kind to him. Not many nasty questions. And Stefano, the floor is yours. Feel free.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Today I will explore the blind spot of Internet Exchange Point root server in collaboration with NAMEX and AMS-IX. How can I go to the... Yeah, here, this. Okay. In the BGP, there are 2 types of peering: private peering among 2 autonomous systems and public peering through multiple autonomous systems. And IXP facilitate this public peering via root server that are elements that reflect BGP announcements among XP members. In this way, an IS can make only a one BGP session with the root server instead of n-1 with all others. And in this way, they can interconnect each other to exchange traffic. Internet exchange point became really important, critical in the internet ecosystem. As you can see from the traffic that they handle, most of them now handle more than 1 terabyte of traffic. And to avoid large traffic disruption, IXP apply BGP filtering policies at the root server. And these BGP filtering policies can be divided into types. We have the basic filters that are based on check like reserved prefixes, prefix length, IS path length, and they are mainly inserted in the inbound session. And then we have the advanced filters that are based on RPKI, IRR, and also ASPA. And for this part, there are no strict rules. Operators can apply filters based on best practices, their needs, and their clients. And for this reason, there are different approaches. Some ones put all in inbound, some all in outbound, or split between in and out. So let's see how they works. Well, when an announcement is received by the root server, there is, for example, the RPKI validation. They have 3 outcomes, and the invalid is filtered. The other 2 goes to the IAR validation, and that is more strict, and have only 2 outcomes, invalid and valid, and only the valid is accepted. As you can see, probably when the RPKI validation is unknown, it means that RPKI have no information for that prefix, and so all the weight of the validation is based on the IAR. And in the IXP, this validation is made with the IS set. IS set are collection of IS numbers and IS sets that are used for root filtering. So an IS can create this IS set in order to insert all their clients. Here there's an example of GAR, that is the IS that give connectivity to Italian university and research. And here there are all their members, all their clients. And when GAR is using this IS set in their session, they are saying that through that session, they can propagate the announcement of all these ISs. IS set have some problems, for example, duplication in a non-authoritative IRR, and this makes it really difficult for the IXP to choose the right IS set. And also the biggest problem that are not maintained. In fact, their size can grow with inactive ISs. Here, there are the top IS sets ranked by number of ISs, and all of them are more than 100,000 of ISs, with the first one reaching 102,000 of ISs. This number probably can look normal, but instead they are problematic because, for example, the allocated ISs are around 130,000, while the active ISs are only 77,000 of ISs. Here there are also the IPv4 and IPv6 prefixes that are related to that ISs inside the root object. Also here the numbers are striking. We have more than 2 million for IPv4 and more than 800,000 for IPv6. But the question is how IXP use this IS set for IRR validation. Well, most of the IXP use BGP-Q4. BGP-Q4 is a tool that retrieves the information from the IRR, specifically IS set and root object, and create the filtering policies for each member. What it does is, for each member, it retrieves its IS set and expand this IS set in a list of autonomous system number. And for each ISN, retrieve the prefixes inside the root object. And then, with that prefixes, it compiles the prefix list. And this prefix list contains only the prefixes that are inside the root object and is linked to the peer session inside the root server configuration. Here there is an example. IS1 is connected to the root server. BGP-Q4 retrieves the information and create the filtering policies that in pseudo-calls, it means from IS1, if the prefix is inside this set, accept, otherwise drop. So the second question is, are root servers safe from prefix hijacks and misconfiguration? Well, not completely. Why? Because as you probably see, there are only information related to the prefixes and not to the real owner. So in this scenario, if AS3 is the real owner of the prefix and AS4 is announcing the same prefix, if the announcement is reaching the root server, it will be accepted. Why? Because the prefix is inside the list and is received through AS1. So AS4 did a prefix hijacking or a misconfiguration. So all of this was just theory. We checked the configuration, we found this problem, this blind spot. But what we did was to analyze data from NAMEX and AMS-IX, and we did two types of analysis. The first one is a feasibility analysis, where we want to see if it can really happen, and then the control plane analysis, on which we show that it's happening. So let's start with the first one. We define some requirements that have to be fulfilled by the announcement to be considered valid by the root server and be accepted. And for each requirements, we check inside the RIB if there are specifically prefixes that are fulfill only that requirements. So the first one is prefix must not be covered by a ROA. We found that 32% of prefix of announcement received by the root server are in the unknown category. Then obviously the update must not be filtered by intermediate ISs, otherwise it will never reach the root server. And we found that 9% of announcements are invalid for the root server. So these ISs are not filtering invalid announcement. Then there are some requirements based on the IS set. The update must reach the root server through the authorized member. We found that 52% are via authorized member, with 28% via two or more authorized members. So this gives the possibility for an IS to let the announcement reach the root server through multiple sessions. And the malicious IS is not required to be inside the IS sets. Because the root server is doing the filtering at a prefix level, not IS level. In fact, 5.4% of announcement considered valid by root server, the origin IS is not inside the IS set. And the last two requirements are here only to let the prefix be inside the root server configuration. So the prefix should be inside the root object with a certain IS, and that IS should be inside the IS set of a member. Here there are the IS sets specifically for the peer of the IXP, and there are some near number to the others, with the first one reaching 99,000 of ISs. So the likelihood that an IS is inside one of the IXP member IS set is really high. Then we show also the IPv4 and IPv6 prefixes that are related to this IS set inside the root object, but without a ROA. So this is the upper bound of number of prefixes that are affected by this blind spot. So after this analysis, it can really happen. So let's see if this is happening. What we did was to take data from the IXP and use the requirements of before, try to identify the prefixes that are related to the blind spot. And we found that among 1,000 of prefixes are related to this blind spot. It means that they are considered valid by the root server, but the origin IS has no root object. Obviously, not all these cases are malicious. There are some misconfigurations, some business agreements. So what we did was a little bit of high-level analysis, where we check if the origin IS has some relationship with the owner or with the prefix. And we found indeed that most of the cases are related to the business agreement, so customer-provider relationship or sibling relationship. At the end, we found that among 200 of prefixes, for us are considered suspicious because we haven't found any information that relate the origin IS to the real owner. So these cases should be subject of further analysis. So it's happening. But we found another interesting things, that this type of filtering affecting also the correct announcement. For us, a correct announcement is the case in which the origin IS has a valid root object for the prefix. And we found that for 65.5% of these announcements are filtered due to outdated IS set. So they are received by a non-authorized IXP member. And this is the problem for the operators, because they are seeing their announcement be filtered. And our worst scenario is that for majority of these prefixes, all the announcements are filtered. So the root server has no root for that prefix. And the operator is losing the connectivity inside the IXP. The other are considered valid and based on the BGP selection process are propagated or not. But in our dataset, we found some cases of MOAs. The MOAs is obviously the case in which a prefix is announced by 2 or more ISs. But among these cases, that are 155 prefixes, we found some specific case in which the same prefix is announced by both invalid and valid autonomous system. And they are both considered correct, valid by the root server. And so, as I said before, accepted doesn't mean propagation. So we checked the propagation, and we found that for all of them, the root server is always choosing the invalid IS. So it is propagating a root via an illegitimate IS. Then obviously, another question is it an isolated case or not? So what we did was to search for some of the IXP inside the IX community. And what we did was to check inside their website if they are using the IS set. And then via the looking glass, we validate our prefixes inside the routing glass to see if they are going to be accepted or not. And we found that most of these IXP are affected, are not protected by this blind spot, with only 4 that are really protected. In this case, there are some IXP that have the grain symbol, because we haven't found some information. So only the analysis on the RIB can give us an outcome. So if there are some IXP that want to contribute to my research, we can look into your RIB and to validate also our results. As last thing, obviously, there should be a solution for this blind spot. The solution is try to do the same thing that you are doing with RPKI, but based on the root object. So keep that information about the real owner of the prefix. So you should validate all the announcement against the root object. But obviously, this could be problematic and inefficient. So we found some other solution still using the IS set, because they have a lot of information related to the prefix and to the ISN. And so we can combine this information in order to create our filtering strategy. But the root object validation should always be at the end. What we did was a numerical analysis. Here we are comparing our strategy in order to see how many announcements should be checked, validated against the root object validation. And we found that obviously the one containing only the root object validation is the worst, while the best solution is combining the filtering on the prefix level, ISN level, and then root object validation that reduce the number of announcements that are checked by the root object validation. Obviously, we have some recommendation both for network operators and IXP operators. For network operators, obviously, they have to create ROAS for each prefix, because this blind spot is happening only if the RPI validation is unknown. And they have to keep IRR IS set objects up to date and try to use authoritative IRR to insert the IS set. For the IXP operators, the recommendation are just review your filtering policies, check your prefixes inside your RIB to see if you are affected by this blind spot. And if you are affected, try to apply one of the proposed solutions. As conclusion, we expose a blind spot in the IXP root server filtering, and we show how invalid announcements can still be accepted and propagated by the root server. we show that this is not an isolated case, but a widespread challenge. And more important, I show as case study some IXP, but this is not happening only in the IXP. All ISs that are performing such filtering, this type of filtering based on the IS set, can be affected by the blind spot. So even network operators can learn by this analysis. What we want to, our future works are to extend our analysis to IPv6 to compare with the IPv4. Then we want to try our solution on the root server in order to measure the performance of the root server, both in terms of time to take to update the configuration or time to process a single announcement. And then obviously some analysis on what are the consequences of this filtering, how much traffic IXP are losing due to this filtering. And that's it. Thanks for your attention.
Grazie mille, Stefano. Amazing presentation. I have no words. And please keep me in mind when it's about to test the solution and to measure the RS implementation, because I have something. I know there are people that are waiting to make questions. Radu?
Hello, Radu from SIX. So I do not fully agree that the best way to validate is using IRR data. So IRR data is important. It has to be used for certain parts which are not implemented in another way. But one big problem that we IXs and not only have with IRR data is the authenticity. There's still a lot of providers, especially in the US, but not only, that are still using RADB, which is not an authoritative source. There are still some of them, but which use some other non-authoritative IRR sources. But yeah, let's say that those one are small enough so that we say, no, go use, okay. For me, the most important is RPKI. So for the origin, if RPKI says it's okay, I'm not even checking IRR data for the prefix, for the mapping prefix origin. What we still have to use IRR data for, and let's hope that ASPA will advance to a point where, yeah, things will probably enhance, is ASPAS. So yes, ASPAS, as far as I understood, there's not many IXPs that do this check. We do it, some others do it, but not all of them do it. And this is something that, so basically what you are saying in your presentation is do ASPAS filtering, use AS sets, but even that one is something which you may or may not rely on. I know, for example, you know, right now there is all that stuff with leasing IP addresses. There are some people that take transit from Cogent, they lease an IP block from Cogent, and they want to also announce that IP block leased from Cogent to an IX. Depending on which block Cogent gives to the customer, it may be a legacy block or it may be a block with full feature, depending, I suppose, on how do they get to the support. They may or may not get IRR information and RPKI information on that block. So what some of them do, they say, but wait, I can just include the Cogent ASN in my AS set, or even worse, I can include Cogent AS set. So yeah, this gives what you told in the beginning. You have assets with tons and tons of assets inside which don't have to be there. There's no authoritative way of validating AS set content.
Yeah. I mean, this problem is only because RPKI has still not reached the 100%. So when it's reaching the 100%, obviously this solution is not anymore needed because we have RPKI. But in the meanwhile, there is still this blind spot can be solved by doing this type of validation.
It goes pretty far, but not to the end.
But that's what we have right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would like to go to the next speakers. Thank you, Radu. Please.
Okay, Will from AMS-IX this time. My question was like, it would be great actually to do some small tests for the smaller IXPs, because obviously a bunch of people there are not in the list of your IX. So I'm representing those right now, taking the voice for them and say, yeah, we would like to test that. If we can do it, it's going to be fine and great, and I'd be happy to help and to point you to small IXPs for that. So please come to me, and if you got a tool reachable and usable, we could also share that. That would be really nice. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Will. Ben?
Hi, more of just a comment on to Radu's thing earlier.
Yeah.
It might be worth for the rest of the room to know that Cogent has now signed an ARIN agreement, which means their space is now RPKI capable.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
And they've actually signed it. So the last reason for people to import legacy IRRs, unauthenticated IRRs, has kind of gone away. You can now just push them harder, because they can actually do it, other than 44net, but no one does that.
Okay, that's a little bit correct, because it's for Cogent. There's also another space from legacy, from ARIN legacy, that is being used from other operators as well. Yeah, yeah, please.
Hi, Mick O'Donovan, HANet. This is probably a $64,000 question, but I guess like the biggest problem with ASet is trying to maintain it as an ISP or as a network operator. Ours is gracefully succinct and it's okay. My previous employer, not so much. That gets very unyieldy and hard to manage. Have you got any commentary about potentially how to, I suppose, browbeat some of the operators into keeping their AS sets properly maintained?
Yeah, for that reason, I put then the slide for the recommendation that obviously network operators should maintain up to set this AS set object, because as I said before, there is also the problem of the duplication. If they are creating a AS set in non-authoritative IRR, obviously the XP have some problems to get that AS set, and probably their announcement can be filtered by the IXP due to this duplication.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose in the past we've received kind of prods from RIPE NCC even to say, oh, by the way, that member, but it's generally when an AS disappears from use. So I'm not sure if that's something that could potentially be looked at, but I think we as a community need to be better at managing AS sets. So. Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, Dave from APNIC. One thing you are missing is most IXs at least implement prefix count limits. So in the event that somebody inadvertently has an AS set that is overly optimistic, at least if those announcements do turn up and the prefix limits are set as per PeeringDB, then everything should be fine. Number two, I don't often defend RADB, but at least since the IRD4 update, if there is a conflicting rower object that is valid, they will not accept any third-party entries. So it sort of keeps it a bit cleaner from that side.
Yeah, but that's still not enough. That doesn't protect you from Stefano's
I mean, it's limiting the number of prefixes, but they are still passing. Yeah.
But as far as I know, the amount of RPKI invalids global is only 1,000. So in case you have a huge AS set that resolves to 100,000 prefixes, you're still opening a huge hole to the internet. Please, Rudiger, and we should be the last question. Yeah.
Well, okay.
Please be fast.
I just walked in during the Q&A, and hearing the discussion about AS set maintenance reminded me that 5.5 years ago, 2 weeks before COVID measures coincided with my retirement, I gave a presentation at NANOC about the tools that I had finished at that time for maintaining stuff or helping people to analyze what garbage they are accepting from their customers. And I think I figure out that actually reviving that project might make sense. We have the tools and the ideas of, how to use it effectively. and kind of support by any of interested IXPs for doing that work or for hosting a service would be welcome. I think I'll do it anyway, but
yes, Rudiger, can I request from you to send an email to the mailing list of Connect with the URLs of the tools if they're public? So
they are not yet.
Okay.
I will have
Perfect.
to do a little bit of publicity.
Yes, please.
And sure that my former employer will allow me to make it publicly available. I'm not completely sure whether a source or a container set for delivering service.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Stefano,
Thanks.
again. Thank you, Stefano. The next speaker is Mike Blanche about interconnections.
Good morning, all. I'm Mike, and I'm here to talk about interconnection regulation. If you were at the European Peering Forum about a month ago, you might have seen the similar presentation before. I apologize, but I think as the saying goes, repetition doesn't spoil the prayer. So hopefully it's still interesting. So I'm Mike Blanche. I have worked in internet infrastructure for about 30 years. I haven't been to a RIPE meeting for about 10, 12 years now. So it's great to be back. It's great to see a few old faces, but there's many new faces as well, which is fantastic as well. I was the first member of the Google peering team in Europe about 15 years ago. I was on the board of Links for about 9 years. And I'm now an independent consultant working on infrastructure, internet infrastructure, telecoms policy, and so on. This is all my personal views and nothing to do with any of the clients that I work with. Although if you'd like to work with me, that would be great. Come talk to me afterwards. So first of all, Europe is great. Of Telegeography's digital gravity index of the most connected cities in the world, Europe has 4 cities in the top 10, which is fantastic. So good work, team. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. I think this is fantastic, especially considering, like, if you think back 20 years ago, the center of gravity of the internet was very much in the US. And the places, there are still 3 US cities on there, but they're somewhat further down the list. What I think is also interesting is that some of the countries that certain large telecom operators, which we'll get onto in a minute, are pushing as great examples that should be followed, such as China and South Korea, don't appear on this list at all. So Europe is doing great on interconnection. We want that to continue. It's a European success story. And when it comes to disagreements, we never disagree. We never have a dispute. We all love each other very much. Peers and peers, right? I would argue IP interconnection is the world's most efficient market, that we can have like 99.99 whatever % of these arrangements without any contracts, without any paperwork. Traffic flows across the internet just on a handshake, or not even on a handshake, just an email, or increasingly automated, is fantastic. And it's a great example of how we can reduce friction, we can help make the internet more resilient and reliable. Berek were here at the last meeting and talked about their IP interconnection study that they did at the end of last year, and they consider the market to be well functioning. You can go back and watch the video on that from Right 90. And where there is a disagreement, people generally just kind of agree to disagree. The internet allows traffic to flow other ways. You can use alternative routes. You can use transit. There's alternative options for traffic to get from A to B. You don't have to have a direct interconnection. But where there is an actual dispute, and I count a dispute as some sort of like appeal to a higher power, how are these resolved currently? So there's basically 3 different mechanisms, which are the top 3 sections in this table inside the EU. First one is consumer law and the open internet regulation. And there's been a couple of examples of this where like a consumers association has gone to a regulator to complain about poor performance, which has been based on an interconnection issues. There was one about 12 years ago between Free and Google. There's one ongoing with a group of consumer association and civil society groups going to the German regulator about Deutsche Telekom. The second group is contract law, and the dispute between Deutsche Telekom and Meta is an example of a contract law dispute. They had a contract. It didn't work out. It went to court. That was how it went that way. And then the third one is competition law. And there's a few examples here, both reactive, so ex post, as regulators call it. So, for example, Orange and Cogent. Cogent complained about Orange's behavior, that they wouldn't interconnect or increase interconnection capacities. And there's also proactive ones, where if so for the two Liberty Global examples here, where Liberty Global was acquiring customers from another operator, and as part of the merger conditions, the European Commission put in conditions about their interconnection to make sure that they couldn't, what's the phrase? They couldn't leverage their position. Telecoms regulators have generally not been involved in this. The two examples at the top, where there were, well, the one that was actually done between Free and Google, ARCEP, the French regulator, went to great pains to not actually say Free and Google must interconnect. They must do this. They must do that. They were based. You can go and read the kind of the decision online. It's available. And they basically said, well, it's Free's job to provide a connection to the rest of the internet to their customers, and that's up to Free. And the one case where telecoms regulators have actually made a decision, which is this last one at the bottom, and I see Freddie sat in the front row over here, it's been outside the EU, and it's the long-standing challenges that Init7 had with Swisscom and trying to get interconnection with Swisscom that took more than a decade to resolve through the courts and through the regulator and the Competition Commission. And the decision that the regulator made there was that interconnection should be free, which we'll come back to later. And that's the only case I'm aware of in the greater Europe where a regulator has actually made a decision about the terms of an interconnection. But some stakeholders are not very happy with this. In particular, the European Commission, GSMA, the Association of Mobile Operators, Connect Europe, which is the association of large incumbent telecoms operators. They are not very happy with BEREC and BEREC's position that everything is working fine. And this goes back to the European Electronic Communications Code, a bit of a mouthful. It's the current regulatory regime for telecoms. It was completed in 2018, but then needed converting into the law of each European country, and that took 4 or 5 years, and it's due for its first review in 2025. The European Electronic Communications Code does not explicitly cover IP interconnection. It's kind of vague, but it's never been used for it. The main features of the ECC are all about universal service, driving 5G and what they call very high capacity networks, so gigabit networking and so on. And there's lots in there about consumer protection and contractual rights and so on. But these stakeholders who are not very happy have been lobbying the European Commission, and as a result, there is a proposal for something called the Digital Networks Act, which is coming at the end of this year. The announcement and the draft is coming at the end of this year, we're told. This won't need transposition into each individual country's law, so we'll go a bit faster, but it's still going to be a couple of years before it's implemented. And the key features that we think are coming are simplification, making a telecom single market, addressing what's claimed to be a lack of innovation and investment in telecoms networks, spectrum policy reform, something called level playing field, but also IP interconnect dispute resolution. If you want to learn more about the Digital Networks Act as a whole, I'm doing a talk on the whole thing in the other room in the next session in the cooperation working group, so come along to that. So IP interconnection cooperation in particular, what the European Commission is proposing is potentially one of these 4 options, which they circulated to stakeholders in June as part of a questionnaire. What do you think? How should cooperation be enforced in IP interconnection. And there's 4 approaches they talked about. One is, the first one here, A, is a vague cooperation mechanism, including on IP interconnection. My issue with this is there are many different sorts of relationships between ISPs and CAPS are content and application providers. So like people who are providing content and services on the internet. There's many sorts of relationships. It's not just about network interconnection. So the first one is perhaps far too large in scope. The second proposal is to change the definition of interconnection in the EECC to explicitly include IP interconnection. So previously, the EECC has only looked at voice interconnection. There's 30 years of history of disputes in voice interconnection because voice works very differently to IP, and so it's needed regulators to get involved for in many ways for many years. But by changing the definition, you then potentially bring this 30 years of case law for voice interconnection into scope for IP interconnection. The third option that's on here is about empowering NRAs, that's national regulatory authorities, to impose IP interconnection obligations under certain conditions. So a regulator can come and go, you must peer with these people. That seems like outsourcing your network management, which seems problematic to me anyway. And the last one is including IP interconnection under some sort of dispute settlement mechanism. So some sort of arbitration or mediation where a regulator again gets to decide how and where you interconnect. But there's some challenges and problems with this, and the biggest one is that as a peering coordinator, you're no longer looking at the technical considerations and perhaps the commercial considerations of connecting to another party in a different place and the trade-offs between that. You now have to optimize for the regulatory environment, which could be different in different European countries or different within the EU versus outside the EU. And there's already some confusion. The Italian regulator AGCOM has kind of jumped the gun a little bit and decided that content delivery networks are now regulated, should now be regulated like telecoms operators, and therefore are in scope of this sort of cooperation or dispute resolution mechanism. It's entirely unclear what they consider a CDN. The diagrams in their proposal are quite vague. So we already have an issue where Italy is different to the rest of Europe. There's the potential for this to be dispute rather than dispute resolution. If you as a network provider think you can get a better deal by going to a regulator, appealing to a regulator rather than trying to resolve your differences or connecting via a third party, then you're going to do that. And that means that there's the potential here to create disputes rather than resolve them. And we explored kind of some of the challenges with this in a report that I was a co-author of for Plum Consulting. You can find it online about what might happen if this was brought in. So there's kind of 3 scenarios here. At the top, there's the flowcharts on the right and the kind of the network diagrams on the left here. So a large ISP, let's say, is unhappy with their interconnection relationship with a content provider or a CDN. They seek dispute resolution on terms of the interconnection relationship, and an arbitrator or regulator imposes possibly payment on the content provider or CDN, because that's what large telecoms operators want from the rest of the internet. And there's 3 different ways this might play out. The content provider or the CDN might stay peered with the ISP. They'll pay the ISP, so the ISP gets what's network fees. That's that purple box at the top left here. The content provider, their costs go up as they have to pay money to other ISPs. But there's all sorts of indirect impacts that affect the broader ecosystem as well. It's not just between these 2 parties who might be 2 relatively large companies, a large telecoms operator, a large content provider. Transit providers might have some challenges now. because it could be that a ISP doesn't like the relationship they have with a transit provider and similarly goes to the regulator and goes, well, I think the transit provider should pay me. I shouldn't have to pay them. Other ISPs, smaller ISPs are at a competitive disadvantage because they don't have the leverage that the big ISPs have to get paid. Other content providers might have to pay as well. Other CDNs might have to pay as well or may exit the market. Internet exchanges are likely to see less peering in the market if there's been decisions where payment is kind of forced from one party to the other. And ultimately the effect on users is negative because the costs that the content provider has are passed on to the user. If, for example, Netflix is having to pay a telecoms operator to deliver Netflix traffic, Netflix isn't going to have to pass that cost on to users, and that will increase costs for users. The second approach could be that the CAP or the content provider or the CDN de-peers directly in the market and uses a third party. This is probably not great for everyone, but it's kind of what happens today, but without the payment. More costs for the ISP because the traffic's coming through transit, more costs for the content provider. Again, you have this situation where there's this precedent of being asked to pay, which are going to have negative impacts on other players in the ecosystem in that country, which is going to go, well, maybe I won't build my network into that country if I'm going to have to be forced to pay someone to connect and to peer. And the third approach could be, look, we'll just leave Europe, leave this country entirely and connect somewhere else. Connect maybe outside the EU. And this has greater costs, worse performance. The costs of the content provider might go down because they don't have to carry the traffic as close to the user as before, but it's probably worse performance for users. And it's a negative impact for most of the other players in the ecosystem as well. There's going to be less peering in the market for internet exchanges. There's going to be a less rich interconnection environment and less resilience in the internet. And overall, there's probably many losers in this and only one winner in one situation. So regulatory intervention in peering and interconnection is a risk, and it could lead to poor interconnection within the EU, maybe strengthened interconnection hubs outside the EU. If the EU takes this rule as a whole, people might do more peering in London or Zurich, where it's outside the EU. Worse performance for consumers, higher cost for networks, higher cost for users, and ultimately weakening that success story we saw at the beginning of Europe as a leading global interconnection hub. And this isn't just theory. This is South Korea, which you may have heard about at previous meetings, has IP interconnection regulation, which forces payment from the rest of the internet to large ISPs in South Korea. And a recent paper by Analysis Mason, which I was not involved in, but it's a very good paper, talks about the negative impacts on South Korea's broader digital ecosystem as a result of this. And they see less peering at IXPs, less traffic over IXPs. They even see less investment in submarine cables and data centers to in South Korea than would be expected otherwise, given the rules that are in place. So it's a worry. So what can you do? And I know there's probably a variety of views in this room, and different people have and their companies have different views on this. But I would strongly encourage that you engage with your organization's public policy and regulatory teams as this progresses. Please explain IP interconnection to them, that it's not the same as voice interconnection, and that it doesn't need the same regulatory approach as 30 years of voice interconnection. Please stay up to date on developments in Brussels as this Digital Networks Act emerges towards the end of the year. If you join the Connect and Cooperation mailing lists, you will see what the latest are, and you can follow me on LinkedIn because I post on this quite regularly. And please contribute to the conversation, and we need the voice of the technical community in this, not just people in suits like me. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Thank you. I saw some disputes on your slides, which I didn't know that exist. Very interesting. I think we have some questions, and one is from the AMS-IX policy guy. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Alex Vegoda, a lawyer for AMS-IX. I'm going to read you something. It's from the recent US-EU tariffs and trade agreement. Digital trade, the parties committed to address unjustified digital trade barriers, with the EU confirming that it will not adopt or maintain network usage fees. So I think the problem is solved.
You are an optimist, and I think there's many ways that we could, of those other options in terms of dispute resolution, that could not be construed as network fees in the strict sense, but could still cause problems for people trying to do IP interconnection.
Tom?
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. Thank you for doing this. I think we need to start doing the same thing about the DNA as we've been doing with RPKI. We need at least one talk on RIPE about the DNA and network usage fees, so it's awesome that you're doing it. Thank you. I think a really important case to kind of make with the Korean example is that technically the Korean regulation is only about ISPs interconnecting with ISPs. ISPs at that point have abused the regulation and have said, well, if we have to pay to interconnect with the other ISPs, you're also going to pay as a cap. There is technically no regulatory environment that insists that needs to happen. It's just that everyone has decided that we're going to abuse the legislation that exists. So I think that's helpful to kind of add as a context to the European side of things as well. It's like, even if the regulation is toned down significantly, which is unlikely to happen, you're still creating an environment that is incredibly toxic and can cause the level of shenanigans that we're seeing in Korea.
Thank you, Tom. No, it's you.
Freddy from Init7, I'm the culprit. Actually, I want to make a small addition. The slide you showed with our case, it's not quite correct. It's still ongoing. We are on the last court now, on the Federal Administration Court. So Swisscom took it further, despite that they already lost once there. So I'm confident we're going to bring this to an end, maybe this year, maybe next year. And the good effect of our case at the Swiss regulator is that we had another network which our current interconnection was doing packet loss because it was full. So we talked to them and said, we need to upgrade. And then they said, oh, we need to discuss this, etc., etc. And I said, well, if you don't make the upgrades, we can discuss this in front of the regulator. And so they came along and said, here are the 200 gig ports you need. Well, it took a while, but they are finally installed.
Thank you, Freddy. Interesting information.
Let's hope the case gets resolved before we all retire.
Good point.
If you want to add me here something, I mean, as you all know, there is another player involved in this case because of this cartel thing. And once that case is over, we'll look into the other operator.
Right. We have one last question, and then we need to move to the next topic.
Thank you for the fantastic talk. My name is Danko Jevtovic, currently with .rs. And in my experience with some of the meetings with the European Commission, I can say that their understanding of the internet is different than mine, I would say, than ours. Yeah, that's nicely put. But can you speculate a bit how they have the idea that this will actually benefit innovation? That's what's really bothering me.
I didn't quite hear the other comment, but I think this is largely there was a lot of discussion between large telecoms operators and Thierry Breton, who was the previous commissioner, and it's kind of percolated into the thinking of parts of the European Commission, not all the European Commission parts of it, that this is, it has benefits, in inverted commas, for Europe. Yeah.
Well, yeah, thanks.
So if you want to learn more about the DNA as a whole, come to my talk at the cooperation group next. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mike. Please, and a round of applause for Mike. And before we go to Ben, I would like to remind everyone to rate the talks, right? So there is this magic button, rate the talk, in the right website. And now we can welcome Ben from BGP Tools for a fantastic talk as well, for IXP route servers again, but from different perspective.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ben. So I'll just get started straight away, because I think probably most of you know who I am. So Internet exchanges provide services on the, or at least quite a lot of them provide services on the LAN. If you're lucky, some of them will do things like AS112, NTP time, route collectors in the case of things like links, LONAP. Some of the upper IXPs have these mandatory route collectors that you have to peer with, or sometimes don't have to, but most of the time you have to. But critically, the most important service that Internet Exchange offers are route servers. So route servers attempt to solve, I'm going to make this quick because I suspect you all know what this is, attempt to solve a simple problem in that networks typically are lazy and don't want to respond to emails. And so when you join an exchange, especially if the exchange is really big, you don't want to send like 300 emails to people who will not reply. And so instead you peer with these route servers, which just distribute these routes. Thanks to IXPs, for better or worse, being giant layer 2 networks, the traffic doesn't actually go through the route server, it just it rewrites some next hops. This is great because the route server can control terabits of traffic with 100 megabits of port. And this system, this setup kind of works. Your average person, the other advantage critically actually, I think a very understated advantage of a route server is that the average peer quality of config that you are pairing with is not very good. Despite what people say at conferences and despite what people write down on their peering policies, most networks are not filtering their sessions almost at all. That means not even doing basic, you know, is this thing a /24 or is it a 25? They'll still accept the 25. So peering with route servers, if you are less clueful or your platform, like MikroTik, limits your ability to write good peering policy because the thing may explode before it ever gets to converge a full table, you are in a much safer scenario if you say, actually, I'm not interested in doing bilateral pairings, I'm interested in pairing with the route servers. So yeah, you may have a magic config that you're very confident in, but one, it's probably not going to stay up to date because business needs probably trump your ability to make your config extra nice, but also it's just going to rot over time because quite a lot of things in routers do. The other problem is that it's very hard to functionally filter route servers. This is ASDKIX. This is the official AS set for Frankfurt. You may notice, and it's actually an old screenshot, I'm sure the number somehow got bigger, but there's only about 80,000 ASNs in the internet right now, or is visible, and DKIX has somehow managed to do 101,000 if you totally go through the full recursion. Now, AS sets have also a large number of problems attached to them, some of which was discussed before. It's not necessary, this number can vary depending on your implementation. BGP Tools has a number of axes to grind about AS sets. What a fascinating mistake of the industry. Yeah, RPSR, anyway. So also, of course, the V4 prefixes, we've got about 1 million today, for better or worse, rest in peace, your sub 720s, because it just crossed 1 million. But yeah, we've got 2 million V4 prefixes, absolutely ridiculous. If you try and import this thing into your router, I'll be amazed if it accepts it. So there are some disadvantages though. So some networks have different policies on their route servers. I haven't seen an IXP that enforces, if you are going to peer with a route server, I've never seen an IXP that enforces a policy for route servers, which is annoying because it would be nice if they did. So some networks import, some networks do sort of what I would consider the right thing, which is everything that they are going to send to a standard peer, they send to the root servers, and everything they get from the root servers, they import. Some networks just import from the root servers. They don't send anything. This is potentially the most valid exception to this configuration because there are genuine traffic reasons to not send routes to a route server, especially if you are, say, a CDN or someone or VoIP, where you are really interested in controlling the latency. Because if you join networks like Links, which have, for better or worse, peers in like Indonesia, right? What you really don't want to happen is traffic harpooning from Indonesia back to London, because that may not be the point of what you're trying to do with peering. That may be what the point of the Indonesian network is trying to do, but incentives don't always align. But there are weird combinations of this setup. Quick TLDR of BGP.tools is what you, if you don't already know what it is, it's my general routing information site. It runs its own route collector, and it tries to help answer the question of was that a small outage, or has Cloudflare already started writing the blog post about the outage? So it's generally used as a quick lookup tool to figure out basically what the rest of the internet sees your network as. As a side effect of that, it has a relatively large internet exchange presence. So I was wondering, so to demonstrate the point, the internet exchange presence is shown up on the website. So if you look up an internet exchange point, you see these little ticks here. Some of these ticks, the regular green tick means that the website knows that that peer router is online. If it says RS, it means that they are on the root servers and they are advertising prefixes. So if you click that, it tells you which routes they're sending to the root servers. However, not everyone does that. But they could still be importing from the root servers, and I would have no idea that they're doing so because BGP has no feedback mechanism. Incidentally, of course, the other way around could be happening. These people, or some of these people, could also just not be importing from the root servers. They could be sending their routes and ignoring everything that comes back at them. Very annoying. So this is the question I want to ask, is how good is the reach for people who are an outbound heavy network, say delivering traffic, say your CDNs of the world? How good are they? How good are route servers just to reach those users? At the time of writing, which is clearly not what I just said because we're at 1 million routes now, about 980,000 routes. If you just combined all of the route servers that BGP.tools is on together, you get about 56% of the table, which is a relatively impressive amount of routes. And on V6, you get 60%. So I think that's pretty good, actually. A lot of this is combined. I'll zoom out in a sec. I just want to show you what the thing is in a more readable way. I made a graph. If you combine all of the internet exchanges, sort them by their largest route server table size, and then go one by one and remove. So this is a complicated graph. I just want to show you because it took a lot of time. So the blue bar is the total size of the route server. Not necessarily very interesting because this basically controls for whether Hurricane Electric is on your exchange or not. The orange bar is much more interesting in that it is the cumulative gain that you get if you are running in this order and adding these internet exchanges. How many new routes, how many new unique routes are added to your network in peering on the route servers do you get? And as you can see, there is a huge drop-off, like massive diminishing returns, that's it zoomed out, to the point when by the time you're at NetNod, you're basically only adding like 1,000 routes, which to me actually sounds pretty reasonable. Like that, the whole of Sweden is probably, well, the whole of the eyeball networks of Sweden is probably about 1,000 routes. If you're a Swedish ISP, there are 1,000 routes that really matter. But a lot of the time, a whole country's eyeball network can probably be compressed down to, I don't know, 100 entries. The idea that you genuinely need to import a full table on a lot of people's networks is kind of silly. But I don't know, the technology isn't there yet or something. There are some caveats, obviously, to that graph because there's always caveats to graphs. So that's a survey of exchanges that I am on. But also, you're almost certainly not going to build a real network in the way that I built the route collector, just because it's on some very weird exchanges in some very weird locations. Unless you're building, it's a strange thing to build. But critically also, just because it's 60% of your prefixes does not mean that it's 60% of your traffic. There are a lot of networks out there, especially eyeball ones, where almost all of your serious traffic is concentrated into what I backronymed to call the manga networks, which is Meta, Akamai, Google, Netflix, and Amazon. The bulk of your traffic is from these guys. Obviously, this doesn't also account for weird shenanigans that people do in places like Brazil, where you announce more specifics to the route servers to really try and lock in things like IXBR into your network. That's weird, and most people don't do it, apart from reasons where traffic has traditionally been really expensive that you really can't afford for things to not go over peering. Yeah, that's actually just not very interesting, so I'll skip that. So we've covered the other direction. So we've covered, the content network side, where you are sending stuff to peers. The question is, how do we measure the other direction? Because we can't use control plane stuff for that, because BGP, as I said, famously has no feedback mechanism for saying I accepted something. So we need another way to see if they've accepted a prefix. One way of doing this potentially on the control plane using BGP data is to just go and see if we send stuff, if I send something to the route servers, do I see my sessions get it back? But unfortunately, BGP tools does not peer with the entire world. You could help change this. But I think that's probably a little difficult. So instead we need a way to do that on the data plane, which is fine. And this is double skipping. So yeah. Can't do that on the control plane, got to find a way of doing that on the data plane using pings and packets or whatnot. So strategy was developed. We announce a prefix to all the root servers. With any luck, they accept them, not all of them. Somewhere else, you basically send or spoof pings to the entire internet or a very tactical selection of the internet. And if they're accepting the route server route, then the reply is surely going to come back through to the route server. Otherwise, it has nowhere to go. So what do you get out of this? Oh yeah, sorry, some brief slides about how the BGP tools satellite stuff works, but it's not necessarily hugely interesting. Oh, also, I don't have IPs because IP address is very hard. So APNIC very thankfully lent me some IP space, which I'm very thankful for. So thanks to Jeff Houston, who brokered that deal, and also APNIC for letting me borrow some of their research IP space. Very appreciated. I said a tactical amount of IP space. BGP tools does regular scans of the internet, and so can figure out per/24 the most likely IP address that will respond to ping. This massively speeds it up because otherwise you're pinging like 3 million things. And this, you're only pinging about 900,000 things, which you can complete in about an hour depending on how rude you want to be onto the internet. Obviously this doesn't help in all cases because CGNAT blocks is. So a lot of CGNAT boxes will not respond to pings. So when you hit mobile phone networks or you hit sufficiently new or impoverished networks in terms of IP space, you can't really do this experiment, which sucks, but I have no good way of working around that yet. So if you use all route servers, then about 15% can reach you if you announce, 15% of the internet can reach you if you announce something to a root server, which to me is lower than expected. I have no answer for that. It's just lower than expected. This massively trumped my expectations. Yeah, most packets go to these exchanges, so the power of these route servers are sufficiently powerful. Some of this is explainable by policy of certain networks, but I think this mostly tracks with what I would expect. Yeah, obviously the long tail here is very long, like the long tail here is 47%. It turns out a lot of the regional exchanges do their job very well. Localized, I wrote this talk mostly for European Peering Forum, so I'm just reusing the slides, I'm sorry. So I'm focusing on the EPF people here, who happen to be the biggest, most of the biggest exchanges in Europe. So if you just use links, DKIX, AMS-IX, and NetNod, it still is pretty dominant on DKIX, which I still think is pretty interesting. Yeah. The difference between, however, the EPF hosts of like the really big Euro exchanges and basically all 118 exchanges is like only 27,000 routes, which, as I said before, in Sweden, you can probably fit the entire Sweden into 1,000 real prefixes. So the difference between those 27,000 prefixes to you may actually matter a lot. It's probably dominated by a small amount of networks that accept, with a large amount of downstream people who accept prefixes off root servers. But I don't know. This is actually a very strange result to me, and I'm pretty sure the numbers work. But yeah, some of this is almost certainly limited, or will get more limited over time because of the slow rollout of CGNet everywhere. I don't think I have any other. Oh yeah, yes, because it uses the same stuff that I use to name and shame people who publish bad or have bad router configuration and do silly things like OSPF on internet exchanges. I actually know the MAC addresses of everybody who replied to me. I was surprised to learn that China Telecom publicly appear on the root servers in links, which is odd, but also explains some of the DDoS traffic. So that's what I found, at least. You may find some of these things interesting. I think that's all. If you have any questions, I would happily take them. If not, then thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much. We have one question.
Tom Cloudflare. Thank you. That's a massive difference between the import and the export side of things. Do you have any explanation as to how, why, or what the hell is going on? Because it's a bit weird.
Some of this, I suspect, is probably policy of people actually genuinely exporting routes and then for some reason or another not importing routes. Say configuration mistake, whatever. I think there's a lot of just bad configuration sitting out there. I think also some of the exchanges, and I never managed to get to all of them, simply because, once again, BGP has no feedback mechanism. So if you push something to a root server, there's nothing to say to the root server itself that I accepted that. You have to go to 118 separate pages to check that that was accepted. I think some of the exchanges root server policy, like filter policy, is very annoying. So there's a really annoying IXP manager default where it will, because I have a PeeringDB space, even though I am a RIPE ASN, a lot of IXPs, for some reason, using IXP manager, will only build my AS set, or sorry, filter using RIPE's IRR database, which is a very optimistic view of the world, is my best, politest way of saying that. That is kind of bonkers. So that's probably made a massive difference.
Actually, I have an answer for that because it was more like a mistake, and I noticed that I didn't re-announce a normal AX the prefix from Quad 9, and I was like, what the hell did I do wrong? And then I saw that the small box I could choose RIPE, RN, and so on and so on. And then suddenly Quad 9 was announced.
Yeah.
So it's more like an information thing, and I think we just need to pass the message on for that.
Yeah, I mean, the IXPs in the room, like, check your root server config, because maybe the difference between you and DKIX could actually just be the fact that your policy generation sucks. You may have more traffic to offer through root servers. Whether that matters or not, I don't know. But.
I mean, coming from a big network, it doesn't, but that's a separate conversation. Thank you.
Do we have, didn't think we have anything online. No, okay.
Okay,
Anyone
thank
else?
you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you a lot. And then we have Jelena that's going to explain us some stuff that was reported for the IXPs in the SEE region. So the floor is yours.
So first of all, thank you for this last-minute edition. Very much appreciated. And for giving me this chance to share that the report on the IXP landscape in the Southeast Europe that my colleagues and I have been working on for the past few months is finally out. It has been published yesterday. And you can, okay, I'm finding my way. And you can download the full report by scanning the QR code. So very briefly, in the report, we introduced 4 benchmarks on what makes an IXP successful. And those would be, is it keeping the local traffic local? Is it fostering local interconnection to support digital economy of its country? Is it able to attract global hyperscalers, content providers, and all other various other players? Is it, yeah, and the last one would be, is it becoming the hub for the regional traffic exchange? And I just wanted to say, if you are interested in discussing talking to us, discussing our findings of the report. You can find me during the meeting. You can also drop me an email. But at the same time, I want to announce that you can also join us at the open house online session that we scheduled for November 10. And again, you can register for free by scanning the QR codes on the slides. So very briefly, that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm actually amazed that we made it. That's crazy. Wow! Thank you to all the speakers, because that was like a nice and interesting exercise that we made here. So with that, I would like to remind you all to please rate the talks. And so, as already said previously, you should remember to go and follow things on the mailing list, because stuff seems that they will be happening in the next few months, hopefully with some stuff from Rudiger and some other people, Mike also. So please do that. What else? So I was handed that small piece of paper that says, remember to vote for the program committee election by Thursday at 5 p.m. And the other one is like, if you've registered to vote for the NRO-NC election, remember to vote by Friday at 5 p.m. And with this, I think we can close our session and free you for AOB? Yeah, anyone has anything else to shout, complain, tomatoes? No? Everything's good? So with this, we will see you all in Edinburgh, and have a good coffee. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everybody. I think we're going to get this thing started. So, hello, welcome to the routing working group. These are your lovely chairs, almost in the correct order. So, what are we doing today? We have a great lineup. Rearranged to the correct order. So there we go. Hi. These are the names if you want to see us in order. We have 5 talks. Well, this is technically not a talk, but I'm talking, so I guess it's a talk. Today, we have SIDN Labs presenting assessing feasibility of routing security complying tests. We have Tim Brussels giving us a long-awaited update about ASPA in the RIPE dashboard. Orlando is giving a thing about what happens when you overshare, basically triggering maximum BGP prefix limits. And James from Inter.link is giving us a great talk about rewriting habits around rewriting BGP origin attributes. I will say this every time, and I will continue to say it. Please rate your talks as we go along. You will need to log in, so you should log in now, because it takes a while, because RIPE forces 2-factor authentication, which is great, but it also means it's a little fiddly to log in, and it means that probably most of you will forget to do so. So log in now. The session persists for the rest of the event. It would be great. Last time we had about 6 ratings per talk again. We still want more. It really helps us improve the program. By knowing what you want to go and look at and what you don't, or what you less want to look at. So please rate the talk. We'd really appreciate it. I also have been informed that I should read out the following. If you're registered to vote in the NRO-NC elections, please remember to vote by Friday at 9 a.m. And you can chat with your NRO-NC representatives from 1:30 to 2 o'clock today and tomorrow at the meet and greet desk. I think that is it. So do we have
just one small note. The minutes from the last meeting, they have been officially approved and archived, so that is now an official history.
I keep forgetting to do that, yes. Okay, I think we can move on to our next or first talk, which is the SIDN Labs talk.
Right, the stage is yours. You know how to do the show.
I'll use the stage. And you'll need this.
Okay, yeah, this works. Yeah, welcome everyone to our talk called Assessing the Feasibility of Routing Security Compliance Tests. My name is Lisa, this is Moritz, and we both work at SIDN Labs, the research team of the Dutch Domain Registry. We mostly do DNS research, of course, but we also started doing some more BGP research in the last 2 years. Quickly about us. So Moritz has 10 years of experience as a research engineer at SIDN Labs, and is also, as some of you might know, a co-chair of the DNS working group at RIPE. I only started working at SIDN Labs a bit over a year ago, and I mostly focus on BGP security, everything around RPKI, ROA, BGP-SEC, and other things in that realm. So why compliance tests? This work, or this study, is a collaboration with Manners. They've been working on an elevated tier, as some of you might know, called Manners Plus. There's a working group for this. If you have any further questions on the working group itself, I think, yeah, Andre just entered the room. So for more questions on the working group, feel free to reach out to Andre. Yes, and in this working group, they settled on a so-called control matrix that includes various controls on several different domains that AS should adhere to be classified as Manners Plus. One of the domains is called the routing security domain, and within that domain, we have several controls that are classified as, they should be measured in some shape or form. And so this is kind of the question that we were approached with. So these routing security controls, can we somehow measure them with a high assurance level, basically meaning we want to be sure that the controls are actually implemented by the AS we're testing and not, for example, like some neighboring ASs. And for this, we use this as a starting point to do a feasibility study in a local test bed to get a first view of, is this possible to measure? How could we measure this? Just wanted to set this up locally first to get more insight into that. So Manners Plus routing security controls, what are we talking about? There are, I think, 8 controls. 4 of them are measurable, and we chose to measure because they're kind of measurable in a similar way. You probably will be familiar with how some of these work. I'm quickly going to go through them. So route origin validation, of course. So we want to make sure that the AS that we're testing properly filters based on route origin validation. So only forwards announcements that are either based on ROV valid or unknown. Secondly, we want to make sure that the AS does prefix filtering. So any announcement they receive by customers should be filtered based on a wide list of filters of prefixes that could come from authoritative IRR databases, but also other means. Thirdly, we want to make sure that the AS that we're testing does not forward, does reject all announcements that it gets where the origination AS is not in an AS set. So we're also looking at AS sets here that are based on some data source like IRR database. And we want to make sure that only announcements are forwarded where the origination AS is in that AS set. And lastly, we also want to make sure that only that bogons are filtered and not further announced to any other ASs. So looking at the prototype, we built this prototype using Container Lab, so everything you will see here is based on containers. We chose Container Lab because it just makes the orchestration of such a network prototype easier. We can specifically say which links we have where we don't want any connections. And we use BERT as the routing daemon in these local ASs that we have in the prototype. So starting off, we have the so-called CPAS. CP stands for Connectivity Provider. And in the Manners sphere, this basically describes an AS that provides transit services to customers through peer and transit relationships. So we set a kind of fake CPAS up in our prototype. And this CPAS then has 2 BGP peering sessions with a Manners Plus customer AS and a Manners Plus peer AS. These 2 ASs should be treated and are treated in our prototype as a customer or a peer would be treated. And lastly, and this is only necessary in our prototype, we have some additional components. One being a local RPKI setup and a local IR database. Just while running the tests and evaluating makes it easier to manipulate the data without having to actually change objects in the global RPKI, for example. So this is the prototype setup. These are the containers, the connections we have. And now I want to walk us through one of our example tests that we scripted for our prototype. In this case being for the second control I mentioned, which was prefix filtering. And yeah, one of our scripts orchestrates this test. So it starts by adapting the route object in our local IR database. So we disallow a certain prefix that we want to later announce. Then we enable the import filter on our tested local AS. We use bgp.q4 for that, so we query our local IR database, adapt our prefix list, and then use that as an import filter. And now we actually announce the prefix that we just disallowed from our Manners Plus customer AS. And lastly, what we want to look for is we start looking at the RIB of the Manners Plus peer AS, and we want to see, does the prefix show up or not? In this case, if we don't see it in the RIB of the peer AS, we say, okay, this test was passed. And this is kind of the intuition for a potential auditing measurement infrastructure that we're going for here. And before we go into more of like how could this work on the internet with ASs, I want to recap the different parts here that are actually relevant for a measurement infrastructure that we would want to use. Of course, local RPK IR are not necessary because they already exist. The CP AS would be one AS out there that wants to get tested, wants to get the Manners Plus badge. And then the main measuring infrastructure are these two ASs configured by Manners Plus that would serve as these, the infrastructure that would announce prefixes, stop announcing prefixes, and also monitor how the tested AS reacts to these announcements. And with that, I'm going to give the word to Moritz, who's going to talk a bit more about some potential pitfalls and next steps with this project.
Yeah, so from our tests in our test bed, we can conclude that testing the implementation of these controls reliable and in a reproducible manner works. However, these tests has been performed in a test bed. So we, of course, also thought a bit about what things do we have to keep in mind when implementing these tests on the internet. And on this slide, I want to walk through some of these pitfalls that we have identified. In our testbed, information in RPKI and IR are propagated basically immediately. So you adjust the information and you can expect that also the routing, the BGP, the control plane is updated quite immediately. But of course, we all know that on the internet, propagation of RPKI and especially IR information can take quite some time. For RPKI, I think some papers showed that it might take roughly an hour or so. For IR, it really depends on how often you update your route filters. So this is something that you have to take into account when scheduling these tests for CP on the internet. Second, in our testbed, we only tested one single CP AS at the same time. But of course, we hope that soon many ASs would like to get this Manners Plus badge if it will happen. And for this reason, we have to make sure that we actually measure the AS that we want to measure while not needing new resources, new ASs, new prefixes for every single CPS that we want to test. So here you have to make sure that at the Manners Plus PRS, you observe the incoming updates before best path selection algorithm hits. So for example, using protocols like BMP that have been mentioned a few times already this week, so that you're really sure that the announcement you're seeing is coming from the AS that you want to measure. Third, it could happen that when a CPS is not implementing a certain control, that the test prefix could propagate unintentionally to the wider internet. Of course, it's a test prefix, so it's not being used in production, so the impact should be quite limited, but we think it's probably good routing practice to withdraw this test prefix as soon as you can say whether a CPS has passed a test or has failed a test. Also, you could make sure that you maybe include some communities if the CPS supports them to not propagate the test AS to other peers besides the peer AS of Manus. And if this test prefix propagates further, then it might also be nice to document that you're using these test prefixes for this Manus Plus test so that researchers and other operators know what's going on and why they see these weird announcements. Other things that you probably have to keep in mind that these tests are somewhat based on trust. So you're assuming that a CPS is implementing the same controls for your peering sessions that you're using for Manus Plus, also on all the other peering sessions that they are doing. So if you do not want to rely on trust only, we recommend that you should still measure the implementation of these controls independently, just like we're doing currently for Manus already, using third-party monitoring tools. And lastly, in our testbed, we assume that one AS has one single router, but of course the reality is more complex than that. And if you want to do these kind of tests on the internet, then you also have to think about how to measure this as well reliably. So how to continue? We recommend that we run these tests with ASs on the internet with public prefixes, with public resources. And I guess GCA and Manus is very happy if you would like to collaborate on that, so that we make sure that the assumptions that we're having also actually holds when you implement these tests on the internet. Also, Manus Plus has this control matrix, and they have even more controls. So I think in total there are currently more than 20 different controls, and they also include things like DDoS protection services or routing information hygiene. And we recommend to see how you could monitor the implementation of these controls as well. And this brings us already to the end of our presentation. We would like to hear feedback from the community. So we performed these tests now in a testbed. We thought a bit about how you could deploy these things in the wild, but you as operators have probably way more experience and know what could hinder the deployment of these tests on the internet. And we would like to hear if you come up with these problems as well. Also, we would be very interested in if you can come up with other ideas how to measure these controls other than the approach that we are proposing. Second, we've implemented now this testbed. It's open source. It's currently relatively specific to the Manus Plus use case, but we think that it might be useful also for other use cases as well. So for example, for testing your own implementation locally, for training purposes. So if you have any ideas how to use that, we're happy to hear about that as well. And any other feedback is welcome to us, or I guess to Andre from GCA as well. If you would like to hear even more about this, then you're welcome to join the Manus community meeting, 12th of November, which is an online event where we will give an extensive presentation. And if you would like to read more, you can find a public report as well. With that, thank you for your attention, and are there any questions?
Hi, Shinker from IBM. So SIDN runs its own networks. Have you tested this on your own public-facing production ASs and stuff?
Yes, correct. We're running on our own network. We're a stop AS. So I guess many of these controls only partially apply to us. So but we haven't tested this approach in this way, but we of course monitor what kind of stuff we announce on the internet.
Actually, this is a question because I'm ignorant of manners. The manners applies to all ASs, right? But yeah, okay.
Manners does, Manners Plus itself does not at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. I'm a bit confused on how you're going to do the measurement side of things from any given ASN, given that you need to have a direct peering adjacency with every single ASN that you're measuring. So at that point, you fairly quickly hit scaling limitations, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so in the prototype, I only talked about direct peering connections, but we also have a separate topology for multi-hop BGP sessions. So we did also test it like that. So you need some connection, of course, but not a direct peering link.
But I mean, at that point, if you have a transit ASN in between the ASN that you're wanting to test and your measurement platform, then you're not realistically viably testing the measurement ASN. You're testing either the measurement ASN or the transit ASN. Right? If you have AS1, AS2, and you have your measurement platform, then if you're only connected with AS2, the only thing that you're testing is either ASN1 or ASN2, not ASN1 on the one side, right? You're always doing the superset. Do you have like any solution to that or any kind of understanding of how you might be able to kind of mitigate that?
Yeah, so we do recommend to set up these test ASs at points where you have a lot of connection. So popular IXs come to mind, of course. And we did test remote peering, with which you could circumvent this to some extent. Yeah, but yeah, this also has limitations.
You should have a chat with that guy.
Andrei Robachevsky, Global Cyber Alliance, and also Secretariat for Manners. First of all, I would like to thank SIDN Labs and specifically Lisa and Moritz for this work, which helped us to sort of progress on our work on Manners Plus. Thank you for this project. And now we're preparing for the sort of test bed in real life, right? Playing with real prefixes and playing with real autonomous systems. So if people are interested, both to play a role on the auditing side, on this blue ISs, what in the presentation were Manners Plus ISs, and both to sort of test their own infrastructure and monitor their own sort of, routing security controls. I'm here the whole week, so please find me and we can discuss this further. Also, if you're interested in learning more about Manners Plus, again, I'm here. Please find me in the hallway and we can discuss this. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, no questions online as well. So let's move to the next talk then. Tim from RIPE NCC will be talking about what's happening with ASPA.
Wobbly. Thank you. Yeah, wobbly stage again. Hello, my name is Tim Bruijsels. I work for RIPE NCC. I present at these meetings from time to time, so you may have seen me before. I want to talk about ASPA and the RPKI dashboard. And which one is the next button? Is that this? Yeah, it's the next button. I want to start by explaining a bit about what ASPA is. Now, if you attended the last meeting, then you probably heard me talk about this already. I'll try not to bore you and explain it in a slightly different way. But if you haven't seen that, then talking about ASPA in the RPKI dashboard will not make a whole lot of sense. So I need to go through this. So, if you know all this stuff, bear with me. So, ASPA. I'm showing this, but you can forget it quickly. An ASPA object, how it's structured, is very similar to a ROA object. So, in the sense that it is a signed object in the RPKI, and essentially where ROAs are signed by the holder of a prefix, and say this prefix may be originated by this AS number, anybody else's AS number. This is signed by the holder of a AS, where they say my AS can be the customer AS to this specified list of providers. This is then used in validation, and the easy validation is when you want to validate paths that are received from customers by a provider. So if you're a provider, you have a session to a customer, then the path is analyzed by looking at each hop in the path, and each AS to AS hop can then have three outcomes if we look at ASPA. So it can be, the next hop can be provider, it can be not provider, or it can be no attestation. Essentially, that means there is no ASPA. The draft, and I'll have some links later if you really want to know the full validation algorithm, differentiates, but the algorithm differentiates between valid, invalid, and unknown states. But it's only invalid that we really care about because that's something you would want to reject. A path received from a customer would be invalid if there's any occurrence of a not provider in that path sent to you. That's proven unexpected. You do not say if a path is unknown, you would not reject it, because in that case, partial adoption would not work. Then everybody would need to sign everything at once, which won't work. Also, if there is an issue with the API itself and you don't have data, then that would feel closed, as we say, and result in immediate issues. So you don't want to do that. Essentially, you want to have a positive message from your system that says this is clearly not good, and then you reject it. So how does this look? Let's first say somebody's being evil. In this case, AS5 is path spoofing. Let's say they prepend AS4 and they announce a prefix for, in the name of AS4, for which there is a ROA, and based on root origin validation, this would be okay. AS1 in this case, well, they know that AS3 is one of their customers. AS3 doesn't really have to issue an ASPA object for them to know this. But in any case, on that session, they expect that everything is either provider or no attestation, and they see, okay, AS4 to AS5 is not provider, so this is not good. A more common case might actually be this, where, AS5 wasn't being evil, but they were leaking. And in this case, AS4 and AS5 are lateral peers. AS5 is not supposed to propagate this prefix up to their provider, but they do. And in that case, AS1 can still catch this. So as far as the validation algorithm is concerned, it doesn't matter what the intent was. If it was malicious, if it was a mistake, it flags these things as invalid. Now, if you want to look at other routes, things can become a bit more complicated, because routes that you receive from your provider, well, they're different. So in this analysis, the idea of value-free routing is used. So value-free routing, well, I try to describe it as such. You can describe announcements as going uphill from their origin, up from customer to provider links, until they hit an apex, if you will, a single peak that can either be a peering relationship or a transit provider, for example, and then downhill again through providers to their customers. And announcements that go up and down and then up and down again have a valley, so-called valley in the middle, and these are considered harmful because, well, they make your, well, they can cause latency, congestion, too much traffic over certain links. It can add cost, and well, there's also some data security concerns because your packets might end up going where they're not supposed to pass. If we draw a topology and have arrows with points and relationships, like we say stop, provider, tier one, then we can kind of reason about this by looking at it. But the challenge is, of course, how do you apply this to a BGP path that you see in your router? It would have to have information about all these rules, and it's not trivial. And well, the big spoiler here is that ASPA helps in figuring out what the different rules are. So how does ASPA then find values? Again, there's a valid, invalid an unknown state for the total outcome of the validation. And in this case also, like I said before, you do not want to reject unknown, because that would result in issues if there's an issue with RPKI itself or if you have partial deployment. So we're really looking for what is invalid, where do we clearly have a value. The way this works is that it tries to make the longest possible path, looking from the origin of hops that could plausibly be a provider. So either provider or no attestation, until it hits a point where there is a statement saying no provider. The same thing is done from the other end, and then the algorithm figures out if these two paths meet. So if they meet at adjacent peers, then this is okay. So peers don't need to declare each other as providers. They can appear next to each other. They can meet in a single point, so a shared provider, or they can overlap with multiple hops. And this may happen in case of partial adoption, because if there's no information, you can go all the way from one end to the other and back again. But it can also happen in more complicated relationships. So say, for example, another AS is usually a lateral peer, but in certain circumstances, they can also act as a provider. In that case, they would also be included as a provider on OSPA. If there is a gap between these paths, then there is a value, essentially, and it's marked as invalid. So to show this more graphically, here we have something, well, this would be okay. This is value 3, it goes up and down only once. This would be a leak by a lateral peer. So in this case, we have information given by ASPA that AS3 is not a provider for AS2. So if you go up from the origin, you can say AS5, AS2 is okay, to AS3 is not okay. So we have this fragment AS5 to AS2. From the other side, so AS4 is validating here, they can know, okay, AS1 is my provider, but AS3 is not a provider for AS1. So it stops there. And there's a gap in the middle, and therefore it decides this is a value, this is invalid. Similarly, you can have this when there's a route received from a transit provider and then leaked to another provider. And well, it works pretty much the same way. Of course, you can talk for much longer about all the corner cases. I don't want to do that here. There are some links here, though. If you want to read more, I recommend reading those. The verification draft talks about everything in detail, of course. There's also the ASPA examples that talks about specific examples, well, unsurprisingly. Formal proof, if you're into that, I'm not, but I'm happy it exists and people look at it. You know, have a look if you're into it. But with this out of the way, I want to look at, okay, so we kind of have hopefully a grasp for what ASPA is. How do we now use it? In the dashboard. So first of all, I want to ask you all to help us improve. So we have this running in our test environment, pilot environment, as we also call it. The link is here. It's also on the slide if you download it. You can try it out here. It uses a separate trust anchor, so anything you do here does not affect your production network. It's safe. And we really like to know what you think. In addition, we're actually running user tests today. So we have at least one booked already. Antonella's sitting there. Right? I will also be there. If you want to do a user testing session with us, then please scan the QR code or click the link and book yourself in, because we would very much value your feedback on how we've done this. So I'll just show briefly how it looks, touching the highlights. When enabled, so in this case on the pilot environment, in the overview page, you get an additional card. So where we used to have BGP announcements and ROAS, only we now also have ASPAs. And it tells you whether you configured ASPA objects or not. If you have made changes related to ASPA, then they also appear in history. When you go to your overview page, we could have done something where we say, okay, you have no ASPA, so empty list. But in this case, most members and end users really only have one ASN. Some have 2, some have 3, very few have 10, yeah. So what we decided to do is organize it in a way where we just show all your AS numbers that you have, and then tell you whether you have ASPA for it or not. So if you have no ASPA defined, it says no ASPA defined, create one. When you create one, you don't get to choose the customer AS number here, because you do it in the context of that AS number. And this is also important because the ASPA specification says you should only have one ASPA object per customer AS. So this is how we use this flow to also make it more natural to you to just keep it all in one place. Well, once you have this, you can just add numbers, review it, and apply it. So if you're used to the ROA interface, you will know that we give additional information in that interface. So we look at BGP information from RIS, and we tell you what might be valid or invalid or not found when you apply your changes. In this case, we don't. We don't tell you who your providers are. There's no suggestions. You really need to figure this out. But I'll get back to that. Oh, the screen rebooted. So if you do this, which providers should go on your ASPA objects? Well, all your providers, but not your lateral peers. That would be very difficult to scale at IXs, where you have a large number of changing peers, and so you don't need to do that. But if they can act as your provider in certain cases, then they should be included. And also, if you use a non-transparent route server, you should include them because they will appear as a provider in the path. Why would you create these objects? Well, the sales pitch is protect your network against leaks and easy path spoofing. Also help other networks, because more deployment makes validation better. The more information you have available, the better the algorithm can figure out what is right and what is not, or in particular, what is not right. When should you not do this? Well, if you're not sure who your providers are, they change all the time. If you cannot keep this in sync with your operations, then probably the wisest choice is to not do this, because you might shoot yourself in the foot later. Well, I guess that applies to everything, but I think it's important to point out, because when many moons ago, when we first deployed ROAS at RIPE NCC, we had little guidance, and we had many people put in ROAS that didn't actually match or keep up with their operational reality. So this was a real issue then, and I'm hoping that we can present that here. ASPA and the router. So signing is all nice, but then how do you actually use this in routing decisions? For this, the tool chain is, well, pretty much the same as what we have for ROAS and ROV, well, with updated components. And it essentially is the RPKI CA, or in our case, the RPKI dashboard, that creates these signed objects. They are published, they are then validated, and then there's the RTR protocol that then transports this information into your router. And the router itself does not have to do any crypto. So it gets the validated content, so it can just do an analysis of the origins, in the case of ROV, and of the paths without having to do signature checking or signing and any of that stuff. This is good because it allows this to run in principle on modest hardware. What are the next steps? Well, for us, we would really like to deploy this to production, most likely after the IETF. That's happening 2 weeks from now. But of course, I mean, we ask you for feedback. If there are blocking concerns coming up in the testing, then we will address those before we release this. What else? Is there more signing options besides what we do? Yes, there is. It's already supported in Krill. So if you run a delegated CA, you can do this already. I know that Aaron has support for ASPA signing in their test environment. And the Number Resource Organization, the NRO, so that's the coordinating body between the RARs, has a RPKI program where we coordinate on, well, unsurprisingly, on RPKI. And there we set the goal to that each RAR will support ASPA next year. So this should be coming also in other regions. A question that I have for you before I ask you to, open the floor for your questions to me is this suggestion or suggesting providers. Is that something that is actually useful? It's something that we could look into, but it's not trivial. And that's also why we haven't done it. We could try to suggest providers based on BGP paths, but the trick is that unless we really know which way is up and down, or well, where up and down end, we end up suggesting that you add your customers as providers. So we need to avoid that. And there might be ways to do this. Like we could assume that a well-known transit might be provider free. So that might be where the apex of the valley free analysis would go. To determine where the direction inverts, but it's assumptions. It can also work based on more ASPA information once that gets deployed, because that can also help us figure out where things end. But probably at best this will be incomplete. Probably what we can achieve at best is that we say, well, it looks like you might be forgetting this provider. Are you sure you don't want to include them? That may be valuable, but it's a question to you, because in the end, I think you probably know who your providers are. So maybe you don't need that help. Maybe help is actually counterproductive. So this is really a question that I don't know the answer to, and I'd like feedback from you on how we should go forward with that. And with that, I come to the end and would like to ask for questions and comments.
Tim, my name is Natalie Treneman. I'm 6. Used to be in the training team of RIPE NCC, used to be in the RPKI team of RIPE NCC. Awesome work. This was long in the making. I also want to thank Antonella for all the UI stuff. It's not easy, but I also learned that in the early days, what you said with the ROAS, there was a lot of unreliable, to say it in the best way. In the worst way, it would be total crap. That was coming into all the, it was getting polluted really quickly because people wanted to do the good thing, but didn't have the idea how. And so your valid question is, do we need to know more about the providers? I think that what is most important is the good UI, the helpful UI, because that helped also with the ROAS, but also a lot of hand-holding from the get-go, do one-on-one sessions at RIPE meetings, at MINOGs, etc. And plus included in the training courses, make a video thingy out of it, all that. It's the combination of and the UI and the hand-holding and providing information about providers, because I think for the people, the hardcore RPKI people who run their own repositories, this could be basically they see this coming. But for the rest, every help they can get is needed. So, good luck.
Thank you.
Hello, James Bensley from Interlink. Great talk. Thank you very much. Two items. They're linked, but they're also subtly different. First one is, please don't bother trying to work out who people's upstreams are. It simply doesn't work. You cannot infer this from the control plane. 100% impossible. You can get quite close, but 100% impossible. So what I see is missing. So the ASPA stuff is quite new, and we're already making mistakes. It'd be great if this could get fixed. So, for example, it's too black and white. AS1 is the upstream of AS2 in Europe, but in America they're peers. So you can't just say that the relationship between these two ASNs is provider downstream, it will vary by region. So this is already exists today. This is like a complexity or a case that's already missing from ASPER. So I think that's a kind of a flaw, let's say.
I think well, yes, yeah. I guess so, but well, it depends on how you look at it. My understanding is that the people that designed ASPA decided that in that case you just add anybody who could ever appear as your provider, even if they don't appear as your provider in every case.
Yeah, then we open the door to leaks. So you then have a contractual relationship with them, right? Yeah. I wish that was an option. Yeah. The other problem I see is large DDoS providers. So there has to be a record that allows my DDoS provider to announce my prefixes. Very large DDoS providers who provide services to lots and lots of customers, they actually announce as a customer, they announce my prefixes like 1% of the time, just when I'm under attack. But the record will allow them to announce my prefixes all the time. And for large DDoS providers, that will be a large amount of prefixes across a large amount of ASNs. So really, we're like authorizing those root leaks to happen.
But that's more a question about ROAS and ROV, isn't it?
No, but if you're not under attack. So the comment from behind me was that's the point of the DDoS providers. They announce it. No, it's not. So a common problem with DDoS is the introduced latency. So I don't want them to announce my prefixes when I'm not under attack.
Sure, but then once again, you have a contractual relationship with that party.
Yes.
Sorry. I'll try and
we can discuss it.
Yes, sorry, I'm hijacking my own session, aren't I? Hi, Ben, speaking as BGP tools and not the routing working group chair or co-chair. So I would not recommend, my business depends on a holy piece of code which determines effectively upstreams. I cannot stress enough how much you shouldn't do that. I'm not going to say that my code for doing this is bad and the entire process is faulty. However, it is fraught with danger. And I've spent so much of my life in that area of my business. It is just not worth doing. Your idea of suggestions of after they add the number, hey, did you potentially miss this? Is actually a good idea. I like that idea as terms of a failure prevention. But I would not recommend giving people numbers up front because they will almost certainly say, yes, add all, and then they'll forget like one of their backup providers or whatever.
Exactly.
Or like hidden backup providers are surprisingly common. So I would really strongly recommend not suggesting upfront to people and making them think, what contractual relationships do I have? And inevitably, what I suspect is going to happen, or at least there'll be one or two of these stories, is either people are going to forget their DDoS mitigation provider, or they're going to forget their hidden backups. For example, you have surprisingly common setup I've found is like people have things like Vodafone as a completely hidden backup for their office internet connectivity. And when it goes away, Vodafone springs into action. But obviously, if it's not there and you suggest it's not there, well, that's a problem.
Yes, no, indeed. And initially, when there's not a lot of validation being done, you wouldn't even notice. But then when people start to validate, that's when you would find out that, stuff breaks.
Yeah. It may be worth, one of the things that I like that RIPE does is they email you when there is a sort of supposed ROA hijack for the root validation. That's probably something that's quite valuable during the turn-up period. As everybody starts to implement it, be very aggressive in telling people when there are violations, because that will help avoid the previous problem of people flooding this database with potential crap and causing a bunch of problems downstream on implementation. But I would like to also point out, thank you so much for this effort. It's taken a really long time, but I suspect ASPA will make a huge difference to the global state of affairs. And I'm so happy that RARs are now actually finally doing this, and we've gotten closer to the finish line. We're not there yet, but we're so close.
Thank you.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. I'm going to basically just copy what Ben said. Thank you very much for doing this. Also, you're doing the mandatory RPKI talk, so that's good. Two things. One, ASPA is still in draft. How fucking long is that going to take? Because we were like 2 or 3 years ago, it was, yes, we're final draft and we'll get next IETF meeting and it'll be an RFC and we're 2 years later and it's still not the case.
Yeah.
And then second, again, do not do the provider thing. Just do not. RIS is great, but RIS has a massive selection bias for Europe and kind of the US, which means that any international network, like the network I operate, you're not going to see any of the APAC stuff. And that's the only thing that you're doing is finding a shotgun, loading the shotgun, and then handing it over to your customers. Bad idea. Don't do this. The idea of like, hey, you probably missed this is definitely 100% please do. That is a really good shout, I think, is arguably the best way of going about this. To counter example to your the ROA side of things, it's a lot easier to figure that out because you have the visibility of what the origin ASN is, and it's a lot easier problem to solve. No. But other than that, awesome work. Thank you very much. I look forward to using this and causing a major outage in the next couple of months. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So regarding the status of the internet drafts, there is remaining discussion on 3 drafts. Well, basically on 1 draft in particular, which is about the updated router protocol. And it's actually about how the ordering should work for ROA information, not even ASPA. But that seems to have quieted down now. There was no more discussion on the other drafts for a while, so that's also why we feel safe that the syntax won't change again, or the way that the validation works. And if we look back, we actually deployed ROAs before they were RFC as well. So I think we are in a good position to start doing this.
Stavros from AMS-IX, second person. Compliments to you for your work, and I really like to see the progress, and also compliment to Antonella for the nice user interface. Very nice, good work. I'm going to go back to, similar to what other people said, and also to Ben about the proposal of you proposing, okay, this might be your upstreams, and you're going to validate. I have spent many hours troubleshooting potential upstreams that they seem to be my upstreams, but I know my relationships and these guys are not my upstreams. And then I go and say, okay, why is that? And then starting mailing people and why it's happening and why you guys are advertising my prefix. So it turns to be out that it's not that these guys are upstreams of me. It's just advertise everything to collectors. And that's an issue with RIPRIS, because you said you're going to take the information from RIPRIS, but also with route views and other public collectors, people just advertise everything that they have in the RIB to the collectors, but that doesn't reflect the reality. So if you go and take this information and you say, I'm suggesting you that you have those upstreams, and somebody accidentally says, yes, put them all in ASPA, okay, that's not going to work, right? Yeah. So there are lots of false positives with the collectors. That's the message I want to say. So maybe also with your BGP tool. So people advertise a lot of stuff on collectors in general, but doesn't reflect the reality, what's happening. So I think I would say what Ben said. Do not propose this immediately, but maybe it should be like a notification later on. Oh, we also see this as being your transits. Mm-hmm. Maybe you should check, because I see this in ASPA and I see this in RIS. So something might be wrong.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Don, I guess.
Don't think there's anything online.
There's discussion. Yeah.
Right. Last call for any questions. Oh, there are no questions online.
Jeff Houston asks, what happens with ASPA if you are my provider in IPv4 and I am your provider in IPv6? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, basically, what if it's mixed? What if there's a different? What if you're a if you have a trend? What if you're Hurricane Electric? I guess.
Yeah. So it's earlier drafts made a difference between IPv4 and IPv6. That was removed essentially to keep it simple. If I can be your provider and you can be my provider, then we should both say that include each other essentially. Otherwise, you know, it will only work one direction or no direction even.
And there's one other question, one other comment from Antonio that says, if you can't list your providers, Asper isn't your next step. Inventory is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think
sounds about right.
Yeah, I think I'll also put it on the slide. If you can't, if you can't make the statement, then it's better to not say anything.
True.
And one thing, yeah, maybe to confuse people a bit more. If you really sure, if you don't have any providers, if you're in that business, you can make an Asper object that says AS0 is my provider, and that's the only one. But you know, most of you don't do this.
It'll be hilarious what you don't start doing.
I think it'll be very funny when tier ones don't start doing this and then need to start explaining that the transit-free networks aren't actually transit-free.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Tim.
Okay.
Great talk. Next, we have Orlando talking about what happens when you overshare something too much.
Hi, everybody. So this is my first live meeting. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. And what I will do for the next few minutes is talking a little bit about this work that I did during a summer, during a summer internship at Cisco ThousandEyes. So for this, I want to start with this scenario. Let's imagine that we are the orange robot. That is not actually a robot, it's a router. You are having this BGP session, no? And you agree in exchanging paths and everything is fine. And then somehow, kind of a little bit of magic, you decide to set a limit. And that limit is 10, okay? So some time pass by, very organically everything, you might get new customer, acquire new IP space, normal things. And then when you go back to your BGP session later, now you are offering 12 prefix, no? 12 paths, but the limit was 10. So here, the router has this choice, no? Can I just accept this new limit and have more? Or can I just drop the session? No, because we made that agreement at the beginning. So what happened is that by default, at least in Cisco routers, that is the default behavior, no? Dropping the session. So then this has this issue that if you forget to somehow tell your neighbors, to your peers, that you are increasing, then the session is going to be dropped. And the fundamental issue here for me is that, as you probably know, is that there is no standardized ways and also an automatic way to share the prefix limit, no? How much your neighbor should expect from you. Of course, there are some approach like using PeeringDB, but also even sending emails and calls, but this is not standard, no? So that is an issue. And then we have this flow, no? Because there is no standard, we might have outdated configuration, we can just grow our network organically, but then our peers, they don't know about that. And then when we start sending more prefix than expected, they might drop the session. And then I have basically these two few questions that are the ones that I will try to answer here. First question, how often this happens? No? How often ASs go beyond the limit? And how critical this may be for the connectivity? So in order to answer this question, first I need to get a little bit of data. And getting data about the maximum prefix limit is really hard because, as I mentioned before, it's not standardized. But this is a very common approach, no? That some network administrator, they go to PeeringDB, they make an entry, and sometimes they also fill this field here about IP4 and IP6 prefix. In this case, for this IS is 64. So you should expect 64 prefix from this IS. So we get a snapshot from PeeringDB for 6.5 months, the first half of this year. But also, I want to know what happened with the number of peers and what happened with the number of prefixes that every AS is advertising over time. So for that, we use data from RIPs, and we are looking at the RIPs data set for that. So yeah, 6.5 more, and we have these 3 data sources. So there is a small issue just by looking at PeeringDB, that is, not everyone make an entry in PeeringDB. So when you look at all the ASs that you can recover just by looking at the RIPs from RIP, that is around 88,000. But then only a small fraction of that, so 32%, they have an entry in PeeringDB. And then PeeringDB also has this field of the last edit. So when was the last time that the network administrator make a change here? That is not very often updated, as you can see here. So only 18% of they make a change in the last 2 years. So that might be okay, no? If your network is not too complex, you don't need to update that, but still, don't making a change in 2 years is a little bit weird. So for this analysis, I would like to focus on these 16,000 ASs that they have an entry in PeeringDB, so I can know the maximum prefix limit, and also I know that they are kind of recent. Okay, so let me put an example of this, combine all this data, how this looks like. So this one AS, in this case, the green line should be read from left to right. And the idea here is that this AS start with around 30 prefix at the beginning of the year, and then at some point it decides to increase that amount of prefix a little bit more. Okay, as you can see, of course, there are some draw, but because this number of prefixes is maintained over time, this look pretty organically to me. No? It wasn't a root leak, it wasn't a misconfiguration error, they just have more prefix. Then we have this orange line here that is the maximum prefix limit that they were announcing in PeeringDB. And you can see that, yeah, a little bit after the increase in the number of prefix, they also update the maximum prefix in PeeringDB. But there is a small gap there, no? How critical is that gap? So just because they were a little bit delayed and there was this small delay between updating the maximum prefix, that caused that they lost more than 100 peers, so now on the right, in that moment of time. Of course, as you can see, the situation was kind of solved very fast, no? But it wasn't immediately, no? And then, how about this can be, no? I mean, losing peers might have the consequence that you are having suboptimal routes. Also means that the peers that you are losing, they might be very important to you because they are the only one giving you connectivity to some specific part of the internet. So it's kind of critical. Okay, let me address now this question. How often an AS goes above the limit? So I'm making this breakdown between IP4 and IP6. And as you can see, in most of the cases, for the 80% of the ASs that we were analyzing, they almost never go above that limit. So that is nice. No? You make your limit and you stick to that. Then we have all this gray area in the middle that are ASs that they cross the limit back and forth and they wiggle a little bit about the limit for a few days. And then we have these also weird cases where they are always above the limit. So I am kind of more interested on the ones that are in the middle, so the ones that go above and cross a little bit the limit. And what happens with these ASs when they do that? How many peers do you lose on average? So again, the plot is the breakdown in IP4 and IP6, and what I'm showing on X, on the X-axis, is the percentage, the relative percentage of the peers that you lose every time that you were crossing that limit. So again, it's not a very bad picture because you don't lose so many peers. But in some cases, that can be very extreme, and you can lose 60, 50, 80% of your peers. And therefore, that might have a meaningful impact in your connectivity, traffic exchange, and everything else. So I would like to finish with these few takeaways. That is, on the positive side, we don't see that many ASs, they cross the limit. So the internet is working, everything is fine. Then on the kind of middle side, when they cross the limit, they have this drop. And I don't know how relevant are the peers that you are losing. No? Might be relevant, might be not. So that is an interesting question that I would like to check out later. I would like to leave you with these few questions, like, should we think about addressing this? Is there something that we can do? Because at the end of the day, we are just talking about sharing a number. No? So this number can be shared in a standardized way. That is my question. Can we exchange that limit every time that we do a BGP session? Can we exchange that limit on the open message? Or maybe no, but we can just have a common platform that everybody agree to use. And when we update our limit, just trigger an alert to our peers. So everybody keep in sync about the new limit that we have. And then finally, this idea that, of course, if you're configuring your own AS or somebody AS, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And then remember to set the maximum prefix limit of your peer just slightly higher. Yeah, with this, I would like to finish my talk, and I will be more than happy to take any question. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions here? So far, we don't have anything. There's something online. Shyam Krishna Khatka. Is there a relationship between the size of a prefix and the max limits defined in PeeringDB?
Advertising. No, it's just how many prefix you are advertising. It's not depending on the size of the prefix.
All right. Anyone else? No? Well, then, a round of applause for our first time attendee presenter.
Yeah, if later you want to talk, it will be, you can look at me now, something pink there. Thank you so much.
Right, and then we are slowly moving to our next and the last talk. James talking about the internals of BGP, the protocol.
Okay, this is the thingy. The thingy works. Good. Thingy. Hey, my name's James. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the time. So I work for a company called Inter.link, and we sell IP transit. And that means that we bring up lots of BGP sessions with our customers, with our peers, and so on and so forth. And we exchange routing information. And it will be no shock to this audience that the routing information includes an attribute called the origin type, the BGP origin type attribute. And this is defined in the RFC as a well-known mandatory attribute. And the origin attribute is generated by the speaker that originates the associated routing information. So the AS that puts a prefix into BGP in the first place sets the origin attribute to tell everyone how did they learn about this route, this prefix. And there are three possible values. IGP, so it means that the AS that put this information into BGP, the information so how did they know about this? Well, the information came from internally within their AS. Another possible value is EGP, which means the prefix was learned via the EGP protocol. So not eBGP, yes, because I've had this discussion several times, not eBGP, but EGP, which is fully deprecated. And incomplete is the last possible value. It means they're not really sure how they know about this prefix. So in reality, IGP normally means you put something directly into BGP, like a network statement. Incomplete normally means you redistributed a static route or something like that. EGP, like I said, deprecated though. So you should just see IGP and incomplete as the only two origin types in BGP. So last month, about 90% of prefixes have the origin type IGP, 9 or 10% incomplete, and there's several routes with the type EGP. And this varies if you look at different networks. For some, it's about 88%, 85% IGP. For some, it's as much as 95%. It kind of fluctuates a bit, but this is like an average across different networks. There's about 300 ASNs, about 2,000 prefixes that have the EGP origin type. I emailed a bunch of them, just look up their details in PeeringDB, send them an email and say, hey, you're sending these prefixes with origin type EGP, which does not mean eBGP. Why is this? All the ones that responded all said exactly the same thing, which was, this is the way they configure their customer announcements. So customer routes are tagged with EGP, but also this is a legacy configuration that they should not be doing anymore. Thanks for pointing it out. We'll get this cleaned up. So I'm just curious to know, though, that was like, I don't know, 5 people responded to me from like 300 ASNs. So if anyone here is originating prefixes with the type EGP, please let me know why, because I would love to know why. Yeah, even the people that responded and said, this is the way we do customers, that doesn't even make sense. So yeah. So the only thing you need to know in the concept of this talk then is that the origin type IGP is more preferred than incomplete. When we're talking about the BGP path selection process, AS path length, MED, so on, we work down the algorithm. Eventually we get to origin type IGP, more preferred than incomplete. And the RFC says that the origin type should not be changed by any other speaker. So you know where this talk's going. Here's a prefix that we are learning from a peer. So you can see the AS path is one hop long, so we get it directly from the peer. And the type is incomplete, the least preferred origin type. So how many of the tier ones do you think are rewriting all the prefixes that they advertise to be origin type IGP? At least one? At least two? This guy says too many. Correct. Okay, I'll take that. Too many. I will get you a free drink from the free bar later. The answer is approximately half. So I took a full BGP table feed from all of the tier 1 providers, looked at all the prefixes they're advertising, all the ones that say yes, they're basically having 99% of their prefixes origin type IGP. And so the one I posted on the previous slide, the prefix I'm in, the back button's not working, is it? Now, so at the back of this slide deck, if you want to play along, at the back of the slide deck, there are screenshots from every single looking glass for all the tier 1 providers, showing that they are the ones where it's a yes, showing that they are rewriting the prefixes to origin type IGP, because not everyone has access to full table feeds like we do. So I wanted to make sure that you can see it publicly, you can. So these guys rewrite it all, screen's gone off, and we asked several of them, why are you doing this? One responded that we may normalize the origin type to IGP when processing or aggregating routes. This is done to ensure consistency in route propagation and to align with our internal routing policies. Bullshit so far. They continue. While the RFC states that the origin should not be modified, the use of should not allows for exceptions when operationally justified. And this is the last sentence. This is the bit. In our case, this normalization helps maintain route stability and predictability across our global backbone. So what I'm reading from that is either you have some sort of fluctuating origin type or some sort of weird instability in your control plane that I can't quite fathom. So looks like BS, smells like BS. Another one responded to us as well, same useless statement. So I think the real answer is they do it to win on the path selection process. So I send you some routes, I rewrite the origin type to make sure that if we get that far down the BGP path selection process, I will win. So back to us, AS5405. Our network's been running for a few years now. right at the start, when we built the network, we had the discussion, will we modify the origin type? No, we don't do that. We also had the discussion about will we use local pref? We're strongly against local pref. It's unfair for customers. We can explain more on that later. But so origin, same thing. It's unfair for customers. That's not okay. We're a transit provider. We should be transparent. So we're not modifying it. Fast forward a few years. We have had more and more customers complain that they aren't sending traffic through us, but they want to be sending their traffic through us. So they've got us and one other provider, usually a tier one. And when they compare the routes, they've got the same AS path length, same MED, and so on and so on. And they look down and they see the other provider is rewriting the origin type. And it's not written anywhere in their product documentation, in their peering policies, on their website, nothing. But it seems that there's quite a number of networks, not just tier ones, tier twos as well, who are rewriting the origin type and don't disclose this anywhere. So we are going to start rewriting the origin type because we are actually getting a significant number of complaints now that traffic isn't coming to us, it's affecting our customers, it's going somewhere else, and they have packet loss, congestion, whatever. We don't, they want to send it to us. So we will also start doing this. This is basically a zero-sum game. There's no change in the traffic volume. We're just pushing around the same traffic, but between different networks. But we will provide an opt-out feature. So any customer or peer of ours who doesn't want this, you just email support at Inter.link. It's a flag per BGP session, so we'll just turn it off. But we will roll it out in the next few weeks and months, and it will become default. But the point is, we want to be the first major kind of transit provider to point out that this stuff is happening. People are doing things to manipulate the BGP path algorithm that you may not be aware of. We're going to have to join the boat because we're getting no end of complaints from our customers. But we will provide an opt-out feature. We will put it in our knowledge base. It will go in the product documentation. We will make sure that it's clear. I think that's the way, if you're going to do it, that's the way you should go about doing it. And I think the other thing is, this is basically a form of strategic convergence. If my competitor pulls a lever and I don't, I lose, so I have to pull the same lever. And that applies to everyone who has an ASN, basically. So there's a second part to this then, which is that actually, if everyone just starts doing this, we just deprecate the attribute. I think it's fair to say in 2025, the BGP origin type has absolutely no value whatsoever. In an age when we just inject routes directly into the RIB via an API, what would the origin type be? It's pointless. And then one more little nugget. So I said at the back of the slide deck, there's a bunch of screenshots from all the different tier one looking glasses showing how they're rewriting the origin type. Something that popped up during this exercise was that some networks have got 2/8 space as their router IDs, and in the BGP path selection process, the lowest router ID wins. These guys have all got space in 2/8. No one's announcing space in 1/8. So if you have space for 1/8 in sale, see me after. And that's it.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm Wolfgang Trammel, DKIX Academy. I actually handed in a similar one, which was rejected, but I only asked the question. You provided the answer, and thank you for that. And my point was merely that about the EGP attribute I see in the routing table, and I saw a large number of prefixes, in fact, all prefixes coming from Google as an origin at the EGP attribute set, and I also never got an answer why.
So, just to kind of add a bit more to what you said, that small number that are tagged with EGP, some of them are, I would say, quite important prefixes. There are customers coming to us saying, we're sending I said it was like less than 1% of the whole DFC, but in terms of bits and bytes, the customers coming to us saying, we're sending a non-trivial amount of data to these other guys, and it's not a good path. So it's not to be ignored. Yeah.
Ben, probably speaking as BGP.tools and not the routing working group chair, co-chair. I first have to sort of comment to the room. I love that RFC thinking out loud of the should not is a fantastic use case of creative interpretation. I'm truly in love with the logic there. hats off to whoever did that. Yeah, I think this has been happening for a very long time. The annoying thing with deprecating the BGP origin attribute is that because it is a mandatory attribute, we will never truly get rid of it. Because if you advertise a route to almost all routing daemons without it, it'll shut down the session because it's an invalid route. Or maybe if you've enabled the correct options on your router, it won't. But regardless, it will be treated as a completely invalid route. So we'll never truly get rid of it. But I do think it's probably great to make it irrelevant. You're right, there has no use case for.
Yeah.
There was probably a future where we could have shoed in more of the protocols into it. I mean, the space, there's 255 potential protocols. We could have, or originated from OSPF. How useful would that have been? And then we could actually finally settle the score on whether OSPF or ISIS is better. But
you mean the point when we learn that everyone's originating their routes from RIP?
Yeah, of course, or Babel or something. But yeah, no, super interesting talk. Thank you so much for the data.
Thanks.
And yeah, I would love to know who gave you that should not response, because that's truly legendary, and I'd love to buy their RFC reader a beer.
I think later on outside I'm going to have a bit of a cough.
Peter Hessler. In my career, I've worked for several smaller providers, and it's always been standard for them to rewrite the origin attribute, because exactly as you pointed out, everyone else does. So it's a super common behavior I've seen in the industry from all levels, not just the tier ones. But one thing I wanted to comment of, your customers complaining about rewriting the origin, are you referring to their prefixes or the prefixes you announced to the customers?
Sorry, that wasn't clearer. Yeah, so they're complaining that the prefixes we're sending to them have the unmodified origin attribute, and their other upstream has modified it, so they're sending traffic towards that prefix via their other upstream. And the other upstream that's got, let's say, packet loss or congestion or higher latency.
Okay, because when I saw this in the past, I just rewrote it myself. That's a fairly easy thing to do.
Right. So when we first, I said it in one of the slides, when we first set the network up a few years ago, we had a discussion about, should we use local pref, should we rewrite the origin? We went through all these different discussions. And on the origin one, well, we said no. And one of our very first customers who took a default route rather than a full table, said, our other upstream sent us a default route, origin type IGP. And I'd said, that's your problem, mate. Just, prepend the thing you receive from them, or rewrite it on your side, or increase the med. You can fully sort it out on your side. Not my problem. But it just, as time has gone by, we just keep getting more and more and more and more support tickets with people having exactly the same complaint. And so it's kind of getting to the point now, also as touched on with Wolfgang, the amount of traffic also is getting quite significant, as well as the number of support tickets, which is overhead for us. So it's kind of getting to the point where we can't really ignore this anymore.
Standard violation of RFCs by customer demand. Cool.
Yeah.
Love this industry.
Yeah. So at least we thought we could do something better, which is tell everyone, document it, provide an opt-out feature, which I think nobody does.
Well, and then actually, Peter took my comment, and so I had exactly the same situation with ISP who didn't consider what was the implication of rewriting the origin. And so I will thank you again, and I will actually implement the opt-out thing on my network whenever I can, because that's really, really good and clever, I think. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I mean, so there's two sides, right? With my day job hat on, obviously we want to rewrite stuff because we're losing revenue, right? But with my private personal hat on, I don't approve, and so I will make sure there's an opt-out feature. Yeah.
Blake Willis, BGP Geek. Thank you for this great research and really helpful in terms of getting stuff moved internally in the networks that I work with. In the past, I've always tried to take a light touch approach. I have rewritten origin code, but only in cases where it was needed, where it's oh, we did that and we got more traffic, yay, but not everywhere. Have you considered giving your customers either an opt-in or opt-out community, so that you will rewrite origin for everybody, but here's a community that enables you to not get it rewritten, or vice versa? That's the kind of thing that I was considering on the networks that I work on when I saw this.
I refer to my previous comment about the two different hats.
Yeah.
So with my private hat on, I wish that this would be an opt-in feature. With my professional hat on, the problem is two things happen. A lot of people just won't opt in, but just open support tickets and go, why isn't this working?
Yep.
So that kind of hasn't fixed my support case issue. The second thing is, from the business side of things, why do we not make it opt out?
Yeah, I would lean to opt out, and here's a community just in case.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Tom's Tricks, Cloudflare. Thank you. It's a really good case of just kind of showing that transits are in a race to the bottom, and this is very much a race to the bottom. I'll point out that you don't technically need to own any of the IP space that you set as your router ID. There's also no way of validating this. There's no way of filtering this. You can do whatever the hell you'd like. Just a comment, right? There is other shenanigans happening within the routing table, as Ben also lovingly does talk occasionally about nonsense he sees. There is, we occasionally get in the routing working group on the mailing list, we get like reports about shenanigans in the routing table. I would encourage that it would be helpful to get these kind of levels of reports going where it's, it's like, well, some idiot is rewriting origin, some people are doing AS path hiding, some people are doing insert random shit that they shouldn't be doing. I think naming and shaming is arguably the only way that we can get anything done in this industry. So please, more naming and shaming. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. Good comment. Thanks. And I would just kind of add one thing, which is that, yes, there's a lot more shenanigans going on than this. I'm just not quite in a position to comment on the other things yet. Yeah.
Hi, James Rice from Networks. I think three things. One is that 0.0.0.1 is a perfectly valid router ID.
Right. So I have had this discussion privately already about the router ID things. Again, it's the same thing, right? Business hat on. This is a brilliant idea. With my private individual hat on of don't be a dick, then I think that's not okay, and I have to have a sort of ethical discussion with myself about what's acceptable.
Second thing is in terms of opt-in or opt-out and so on. I'm one of the people who've actually used things like EGP in the past as a more soft way of steering traffic than adding a whole prepend.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably a valid use case for that. And what I would say is, if you default to going rewrite to IGP, what you could do with Interlink's BGP communities is just like in the same way that you have for different specific peers or regions or so on, add a prepend, you could just have a set EGP, set unknown, set IGP, and then you don't even need to have an opt-out. You can just, you've given people the ability to do what they want already.
Yeah, valid point. I will write that down. Thanks.
Right. Any other questions? We don't have anything online, so last call for the audience here. If not, then a round of applause.
Cool. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
And with this, this concludes our meeting. I think we don't have anything. All right, the messages. Do you have that list of messages to reread that once again? So there are various elections going on. So vote for the program committee. That's until Thursday, 5 p.m. Then there's an NRO election if you are registered to vote for that. And you can chat with NRO representatives from 13:30 to 14 today and tomorrow at the meet and greet desk. And another important one is please rate the sessions here for the routing working group. That's important. That's a feedback channel which tells whether the content that was selected was what you liked or you didn't like. And please vote and provide the comments. The more the better. Thanks a lot. And thank you for attending.
So, welcome to your favorite working group, VoIP NCC services. I'm Rob Evans. I'm one of the co-chairs, along with Janos and Stefan, who are down the front here, and you will be seeing a bit more of you in the session. Thanks for Tina, who's going to be doing our stenography, and Anastasia, who's going to be taking the notes for the meeting. This is our proposed agenda. I'll just quickly run through it. So after I finish here, we're just going to confirm, or otherwise maybe, the co-chair selection. Hans-Peter is going to talk about the draft activity plan and the budget for next year. Then we're going to do something a bit different. Instead of a series of presentations, we're going to have a panel discussion on AI and the YPNCC. Now, be warned, this is Kahoot heavy, so get your phones ready. If you want to start thinking about maybe what opportunities there are to use AI in the YPNCC, what risks, what the NCC might not have thought of, just have that in the back of your mind so that when the Kahoot comes up, you can just quickly bash them in and they'll appear as a word cloud for the panel to respond to. So there's going to be two local participants. So Anthony and Eleonora are going to be here, and Gabo and Robert will be coming in via Meet Echo from Amsterdam. Then, end off the session, we're going to have Hans-Peter back talking about the YPNCC strategy from 2027 to 2031, and if there's time, some AOB or open mic. So again, get your thinking hats on if there's something you want to bring up there. There were no comments when we sent the minutes to RIPE 90 out to the list, so unless there are any objections, we shall declare those minutes approved and final. Good. I don't know what I'd do if anyone did stand up. Right, so I shall now hand over to Janos to do the co-chair selection bit.
Hello, everybody. As you know, we have a team of 3 co-chairs at this SEC Services Working Group, and the term of Rob is about to expire. We published this on the mailing list. We asked for volunteers to step up and continue co-chairs in time, so 2 weeks before the meeting. And unfortunately, we didn't have too much interest. We sent a reminder as well, which didn't bring much. Rob has volunteered to continue as a co-chair, and there was support for him. So I think we can now select him officially if there are no objections. If there are, just stand up and say so. But I think it's quite obvious because he did a very good job so far, and I personally am happy that he is willing to continue. Okay, so I think you are reselected, and I hand it over to you because this is.
Oh, back again. So I mean, the fact that I'm here is probably a bit of a bug rather than a feature. I think we'd really like to encourage more people to have this fame and power and glory. So when it comes to the next chair selection procedures, please have a word with us. Please consider standing yourself to maybe do things differently, or have some ideas to move the working group forward. But anyway, what we'll do now is we'll plow on with the program, and so over to Hans-Peter.
Thank you, Rob. So warming up, following up on Rob's encouragement to volunteer for positions here. 30 years ago was my first RIPE meeting, and I was volunteered to do the minutes of the database working group at my first meeting. That was before we had the staff doing that for all the working groups. Like 25 years ago, I was address policy working group chairs. Back in the days, we just had one, so I envy you being able to split the job between 3. And then later, 10 years ago, I was now I'm here, and I've been for 5 years as the CEO of YPNCC. And I have the pleasure of presenting the draft activity plan and budget for 2026 for you. So volunteering is what brings you forward in this community, right? It's all built on you and your efforts. We're now entering the final year of the 2022 to 2026 strategy. So we had a 5-year strategy plan. And the focus this year is kind of really simple, is completing the tasks that we set out to do. There may be some things that we haven't started to do, but I think most of what we set out to do, we are, roughly there, or will be there at the end of next year. We committed 2 years ago when we increased the membership fee to that would be sufficient for 25 and 26. So we're committed to a break-even budget. So all the work will be delivered within those limits. Some initiatives extend beyond next year as we lay the groundwork for larger projects that goes into the new strategic period. So it's a bit of the strategy process that I'll talk about later that we will already lay the groundwork for next year. One of these things is modernizing our infrastructure. And if you read in the activity plan, you will see there some very high-level wording at the beginning about being resilient beyond national borders. So that doesn't mean moving from the Netherlands, but that mean being not only being dependent on Netherlands for data centers, and we need to be, not rely on a single vendor for important things. So I think there has happened a lot around us the last couple of years that we're now taking into account and thinking carefully about for the next period. How can we, build a really resilient foundation for what we're doing? Budget. We expect an income of 41.1 million next year. That's about the same as this year, and we're budgeting to spend 41.1 million. Now, my CFO wanted a positive budget, so he's added some decimal to make sure that we have a slight positive result here. Now, normally, as you will see from his presentations later on, that we tend to spend a bit less than budget, so there, hopefully, it's an even more positive result. This figure is based on an estimate of 20,000 contributing local internet registries, which aligns roughly with the number of members. There is a bit more LIRs than members, but that difference gets less and less over time. But it's important to notice that while the number of LIRs have been declining, we're pretty stable in the number of members. Our goal is to keep our expenses roughly on the same levels with some adjustments for inflation as we focus on completing the commitments in the strategic cycle. Expense for LIR is expected to be around 2,056 euros, which is around a 3% increase, which is what you will find in the cost increase in our industry in general. Our FTE count will increase a bit, around 2%, and here also we're slightly below this level today. But there are positions that are unfilled and positions that are needed, and I'll come back to that as a result of compliance work later. You can see a very nice graphical breakdown of our income in our activity plan. The vast majority of the income comes from existing member service fees for 36 million. Then there is 3 million and a bit for sign-up fees for independent resources and so on. And then there are less and less here. And you see, when you look at the income from RIPE meetings, is kind of like 300K. It's way less than the cost here. So we're giving a lot back to the community of what we're giving here. You can see that in our external engagement and communities, 9.8 million. Now, that's also not only the community activities as this meeting, but also all communications, the web services, the public policy, the trainings, and so on. The registry, 5.6 million. But then if you look into information services, all the systems to run the registry are in there. So you can't really say that, oh, we don't want IT, because the IT platform, the infrastructure is there, but also the measurement services. Organizational sustainability, well, you could call that the organizational overhead. And that's the legal cost, the compliance in security and risk. It's finance, and it's HR, and it's the facilities. So, it's something that's always needed in an organization. And one thing to be aware of for the RIPE NCC is that we're amazingly diverse organizations with 46 nationalities. So, we're not a very homogeneous bunch in just an office in Amsterdam. So it's, above average needed to keep us happy. So what do we want to do next year? We want to prioritize registry data accuracy and compliance by expanding automation and deploying technical solutions to manage the growing workload. So we kind of really focusing on how can we improve the processes, and then the next steps, once the processes have been streamlined, how can we automate them? And you can see some of that going on with user testing on self-service and so on. So if you're interested in this, please go to the stand outside where you'll find Antonella and some of her colleagues that will can take you through that journey. Technical depth to strengthen service resiliency and enhance recovery planning. RIPE-NCC is kind of like 30 years old. Of course, there is code in there that needs refactoring. If you're developing code, you know that that happens over time. There are libraries that were, doing an excellent job 10 years ago that may needs upgrading. There are open source components that's now become commercial that needs rethinking. Either we need to pay for licenses or we need to change them. And there is also on the platform level, as you all know, we've had a discussion the last couple of years on cloud or not cloud, and the pendulum is now going strongly back to not cloud. And we don't really have that much in the cloud now. We have some logging systems, we have the single sign-on, we have some measurement services. So it's really not that not everything is there, but we need to rethink our architecture to be resilient and make sure that we don't have interdependencies between different environments. So there is a lot that needs to go into the design of that. We will not be able to implement everything next year, but it's the start of that journey. Outreach effort is going to be continually important. The fellowship program has now been revamped, and the intention is not only to bring new people in, but also to welcome them and make them stay. So that's going to be interesting to see how this develops. We have new courses and new exams. Continue ongoing monitoring of legislation to minimize political risks while sustaining strong efforts in compliance and transparency. And you can read all about that on the trust portals. And to be quite honest, EU does not make it easy for us. I mean, they have good intentions in making sure that society who depends on the internet remains a stable place. So I fully, understand their motivation, but it's a lot. And I guess you feel that as well, because it's some of the regulations don't hit us directly, but we're in your supply chain, so you come to us to ask about this. But the thing also is that the RIPE-NCC is not only a European entity. We are located in the Netherlands for sure, but we also serve the Middle East and Central Asia. So it's we don't only answer to the EU authorities. And then there is an increased trend of cybercrime, and we need to be ahead of that curve and operate and defend a resilient infrastructure. And then, of course, as I mentioned, the strategy and preparing for that and preparing for the next generation charging scheme, which Simon Jan will talk more about later on in the GM. The budget, you can see the high level here. The registry is roughly flat. It's a 65K increase, 1%. Information services, that's 600K increase, 5%. And you see the same on organization sustainability. And I'll come more into why. While the external engagement and community is roughly flat. And one of the reasons for that is that we can be a bit more efficient, and there is quite some reserves into arranging events like this. So, you kind of never know what an event like this will cost 2 years in the future when we sign the contracts. But we seem to be managed well under budget, so there has been some room there to handle inflation within the existing budgets. Main changes by division. So in the registry, I already said, more efficient processes, increased automation to handle the heavy workload without greater expenditure. If I said that to staff, they kind of like, oh, wow, you're asking us to work more. Well, then you can say, I ask you to work smarter, but we really want to automate more so that it doesn't get, that we still can have a happy family working on this also. Information services. Not really that much increase on the staff side, but the LRR portal modernization is going to be important. Implementation of security measures and work on the IT infrastructure that I already talked quite a bit about. External engagement, budget neutral, decrease of operational budget, allowing for more FTEs without extra costs. So we're shifting that into 1 or 2 more people. Organization sustainability, here there are quite some changes internally. Office cost is one thing. We now decided to stay on. Rent increases a bit year by year, although we still have a very affordable or very competitive contract there. Something needs to be done with refurbishing of the office after 10 years there, but most of that cost will come in 2027. And we're also taking some of the money that was budgeted for security, which we haven't spent, to put in compliance in increasing the legal team, and also building a project management office with two project managers in the budget to align better across the organization. The registry, as I said, roughly flat, focus on efficiency, yeah, not really increasing the cost. Some of the trick behind that is significant saving on third-party licenses this year, so that actually allowed for some flexibility on spending on temps and other resources to take some of the peaks. Yeah, and here you can see the breakdown for the different teams in the registration services. Yeah, improve accuracy of the registration for around 20,000 end users and 20,000 members. So I talked a bit about that at the last two meetings on the accuracy and how we continuously monitoring this towards third-party service that links to business registries, and we're now extending that to the end users, to the PI holders. Not all the customers of all our members, but the provider independent resource holders. Implementation, automation, and self-service where possible. Now, of course, that comes with not only implementing new stuff, but also refactoring and modernization of code. So it's not as easy as I would like it to be. Increase the visibility of the policy development process and write policies. Angela is doing an excellent job there, but we would always like to have more people involved in that, and that's also going to be a focus area. Improvement of the billing process. I'm really happy and thankful that 60% kind of pays the invoice on the due date, but I'm also a bit puzzled why the remaining 40% needs reminder in order to pay the invoice, right? So that's something that we're always curious about. Is there something with the communication, with the layout, with whatever we can do in order to please pay on the due date, right? If you don't pay your Netflix, then it stops working. We do that after several reminders, but sometimes I wonder, why does it take so long? Well, anyway. Continued improvement, yeah. Explore additional ways to enhance online chat and service. The chat has been really a success, as you've heard us say, but then how can we take this further to the next level? And then we do an assisted register check, which is really, a touch point in person, virtually, or by email, phone. Currently, once every 5 years, with first to make sure that you stay up to date with actually doing the job of keeping your registry accuracy and so on. And we continue to do that, but we're moving bits and bits of that also into self-service through the next year. Information services, that's 12.8 million euros. That's quite a lot, but it also contains quite a lot of services. And one of the things that is on top of everybody's minds there, or if you ask them, top of their list of frustrations, is our focus into compliance, right? Because it's not only necessary today to run a secure network, a secure system, you also have to document it for auditors and governments and so on. Strengthening security, we're implementing ISO 27001 across the organization. We already had a SOC 2 type 1 last year, and we're now in the finishing stages of a type 2 this year for the RPKI service. The NRO has an RPKI program, so we're working closely with the other RARs to implement that. And the new shiny thing that comes out this year is the AS Path authentication thing. So if you're interested in that, you should have been in the routing working group, or you can talk to our colleagues that's working on that. I think Tim is around still. So. I've mentioned modernizing IT operations a few times, reducing technical debt, completing the transition from the old on-premise Hadoop cluster to an infrastructure as a service provider within the EU. So rather than us buying new service, we're buying this as a service, but it's still, on hardware where we do the operating system and software, and it's within the EU. And then prepare our premises infrastructure support selected workloads currently running in the cloud. Already talked about the single sign-on service that's there that we're planning to moving back, but then some logging services and some of the Atlas controllers is also on that list. And explore the use of machine learning and AI to enhance data quality in RIPE Atlas and RIPE Stat. And if you have questions about that, you can ask it to the panel that's immediately after. External engagement and community. The very short version is, same as we did last year, right? We have the 2 RIPE meetings, we have the 3 regional meetings, we have the training courses, and we have the government roundtables and so on. It seems to work pretty well, so why make big changes to that? The budget, you can see, is same, some small changes between the teams. The focus point is to improve consistency across all documents by aligning terminology and style, hold consultations on topics such as the charging scheme, redesign the fellowship program. Well, we've already talked about that. Expand the language center, and I think we today launched French and Ukrainian on the language center, so we now have more languages there. Similar number of training courses and webinars, and maintaining engagement with governance. This year has been a heavy year on that because of the IGF being very early in the year and the VISIS plus 20 process. And next year comes, into next year will be the follow-up on that VISIS plus 20 process. And next year also ITU has their plenipotentiary conference that we will also engage in to be present and visible there. Organization sustainability, strong compliance effort, of course, hits HR, finance, security and risk and compliance that drives this whole effort. They're so frustrated with the rest of us, right? We haven't seen the light quite yet, but we're getting there. And then we see to offload some of our, subject matter experts. They shouldn't have to run the projects. We're now building up a project management office, so we get professionalized project management across as well. You can see here a bit the shifts in the costs. Facilities increases a bit, as I mentioned. HR also increases, legal increases, that's another FTE coming in. Finance also increasing. We're taking that out of some of the money that was in the information security and risk and compliance because we haven't spent the money, so we could sort of reallocate it. And then the office of the managing director, that's where we're putting the project management office. So that's about it. And the RIPE chair budget is also increasing a bit because going forward, the RIPE vice chair is also now remunerated as a 20% position. I think I mentioned all of these things now. I already talked about EU legislation and ISO 27001, and then of course the next strategic cycle, but I have a presentation about that afterwards. And that was it, and I have 4 minutes left for questions.
Thank you.
Gerd Döring. Well, thanks for that. In general, I think this is a good way forward. Addressing the technical debt is a burden if the company is that old, but needs to be done and costs money. But that is actually something I wanted to bring up here in the activity plan because we do seem to have the standing mandate to do IPv6 in everything you do. And that seems to have been lost in the fine print in the last years. So there's talk in the hallways about services that are being bought to do things that only have v4 because they were cheaper than the service with the v6. And I think this is not setting a good example. And when you speak about technical debt, getting rid of dependencies on v4 is something I think should have a point on the list. also to serve as a lighthouse example to the community. Look, it can be done. You just have to want it.
So I'm happy you bring that up, because I think when I started 5 years ago, it wasn't clear to everybody internally that it was a policy that everything we do should be V6 capable. That has been written down and is now clear in all design and purchasing processes.
Thank you.
So when we selected the new voting system a couple of years back for the GM, we changed that. Of course, we have to go for functionality that supports us, and that vendor did not support V6. But we were able to talk to them, and they were able to implement V6, in the front end, in the CDN that they used. So it was trivial, but nobody had asked for it, and we got that in place. So, it has focus. Now, when it looks to, for instance, on the other edge, security vulnerability management systems, we have talked to all of the big vendors, and all of them are giving us a cold shoulder, saying that nobody wants V6, right? So should we then not have security vulnerability management? Should we use some open source tool that only satisfies 65% of the requirements, or shall we go with something that gives us the functionality? That's the choices that we have to do, and for some things we simply need a tool, right? It's not that I like it, and unfortunately, my purchasing power is not particularly big when I go to the big vendors. If we could get together as a community and see, what's your top 4 or 5 systems that you've tried to get V6 on and didn't? How can we together affect those vendors? I think maybe that's a path to do. But then, I need help from the community.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah.
So
and I hope the corridor talks on systems. I mean, if somebody would tell me what those talks are, so I could figure out whether they're real or just hearsay, that would also be brilliant. But we don't have to do that on stage.
In particular, I didn't want to go into detail. I just wanted to make sure it's in the minutes that at least one person from the community has brought this up again. So thank you for listening, and also thank you for actually addressing this in the last 5 years. That was something that wasn't really clear to me, and yeah, thank you.
That was really interesting, useful. Any other questions? We have some time.
One more? Only got one question. I will lose the competition this time.
Well, you're back on stage later, so thank you, Hans-Peter. I'll now hand over to Janos to moderate the panel debate.
Yes, thank you. We will now have a 45-minute session of a panel where we have 2 participants on stage and 2 remote. And we will try to focus first on a question which we will ask actually we will ask 5 questions on the Kahoot. So this is why we asked you to prepare yourself. The first question will be whether you think AI is the future. Then we will ask about possibilities for the NCC to use AI, threats for using AI in the NCC, any other thoughts which we didn't think about perhaps, and finally we will repeat the first question, whether you changed your mind. And I think we will ask Ulka to help with the Kahoot. I would like to present the participants. Eleonora Pedrido, who is representing the security part of the NCC. Anthony Gollan, who is here, who is representing the communications. And remotely, yeah, we have Gabor David on the right side. And Robert Kishteleki. Sorry, Gabor David is from the registration, and obviously you probably all know Robert, who is representing the science team. I think I will sit down, and probably we should ask the first question, and then I will ask the panelists to present themselves and also to say a couple of words about their thought about AI, I mean. Yeah, so you see the Kahoot QR code, and if you want to log in without the QR code, you have the PIN. And once you are in, we will ask you to say yes or no. It's very easy, we think. We will wait for a while so that we won't put on screen only the final results so that you are not influenced by your colleagues. I think we see the same thing, yes, over there. Still people joining, that's fine. Yeah, so I think this is a very good initiative, actually, from the NCC to make such a panel, because the idea is that we would like to have input from the community what way the NCC should choose, because currently there are no definite paths they want to go on, but based on your advice, probably we can choose the best way. That's the idea. I don't know how long we will wait for the results then. So you can see now this on, yeah. Sorry, this is already the questions which will appear on the Kahoot in the future, basically. But we would like to see the results of the first poll, yes or no. Who thinks that AI is the future and who thinks the opposite? Yeah. Well, I think the majority agrees with this statement that AI is the future. I think personally that AI is inevitable. The question is how deeply we want to get involved in AI. Obviously, it's not clear what AI means in the first place, but anyway, so I think we have the consensus that the community thinks we should go ahead with using AI at the RIPE NCC. So I think then we can have a short presentation of the ideas.
So that's just at the moment, that's the number of people that have replied. The time has just expired, so there we go. There's the result.
Oh, so you disagree, actually. That's good. Now, I think we will have to convince you that it is not that bad idea. Of course, I think it should be thought over deeply, but I don't know. Is it still going on? Will these numbers change? Okay, so these are the final results. Well, we have a slight majority of those who think we should be careful about AI. And, well, perhaps I think it is good to hear the representatives, the panelists, about how they see their area of expertise and how they think they could use AI, or how they do already use AI, perhaps. And after that, we will come back to what the community thinks we should use AI for, even though many don't like it. So I will probably ask Eleonora Pedrido to start. This is the security aspect, of course, of the AI. So please go ahead.
Thank you. I love actually seeing the very diverse opinions in the room, because that represents a little bit my function. Because my daily life as the CISO of RIPE-NCC means balancing these conflicting forces. There is opportunities and there is innovation. But with every new type of technology, you also introduce different type of risks that we need to understand and manage. And specifically for the security landscape, AI has been transformational, because we see it also from the offensive security, how people can weaponize it against it. But at the same time, we also see opportunities. So for us, it's important to understand what's coming our way, how can we utilize it, and how can we manage the risks that, that come with it. It's interesting, in the last months, we see, well, actually on the offensive side, so the threat actors making a lot more use of AI. So for us, it's important to understand the trends. What does this mean for us? Can a threat actor try to compromise us by sending a far more convincing phishing email to our employees? Or deepfake the face of Hans-Peter? We thought to put him on the screen, actually, but then we decided against putting a deepfake of him on the screen. And what does this mean when we're trying to protect the organization? I think that AI can help the threat actors to automate a lot more, discover vulnerabilities very quickly, and try to exploit them also at a very fast speed. Think of the times that perhaps the threat actor didn't have the skill set, but now with the support of AI, they can develop malware very quickly, or produce a very realistic fake identity that can bypass, for example, our identity checks. So these are all elements we are thinking and taking into account to understand when we're going to defend the organization in X years from now, what do we need to defend against? But at the same time, it gives us also opportunities, right? We can also improve our defenses and be much faster or much smarter in how we detect when something is going wrong, correlate information that previously needed a lot of manual work, and help us also get insights from this type of data. So it can be a tool that also can be used by our security analysts to look at attack paths that we didn't know previously existed. Having said that, I'm also aware that the more you embed AI in business operations, there are risks that we need to take into account. How are we going to govern AI responsibly within the organization? When it comes to ethical risks, privacy, security aspects of everything that either we develop internally or we purchase externally. So for us, it's important to understand, if we're going to use AI in the future, what kind of decisions should we allow it to make? What kind of data can we use or not? So that we can design this with trust in mind. So I'm very curious about your input today, as I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Perhaps Anthony will add his thoughts.
Yeah, sure. So the comms team has been playing around with the paid version of ChatGPT for about a year or so, and this is opted out of training data and so on. And I think, like, in some cases it really impresses us with what it can do, and it's really useful. In other cases, it's like everything's a bit ad hoc, and we're really struggling to see how you really integrate it sort of in a day-to-day sort of thing. And then so when thinking about like how it fits within our work, I mean, one of the keywords for me is like slop. And I think a lot of us have this kind of reaction to this stuff. So it's something we need to be quite aware of. Is I think the fastest way to sort of kill our audience is to just flood it with this low effort, sort of like horrible stuff that I think we're all sort of having the same reaction to. But then also like sort of thinking about how this is sort of being used in the wider community. I keep thinking about like the fact that there is sort of no marginal cost with using it. In some cases, allows people to do sort of really quite marginal strategies. So we've already seen, I think, one consultation that was sort of flooded by LLM generated responses all arguing in the same direction. There's one sort of publication out there that's sort of like churning out sort of anti-RAR articles very fast, clearly using an LLM, possibly the same person, I'm not really sure. But then also, you know, even within like RIPE Labs, we're getting articles submitted that it looks like someone basically typed a couple of like errant thoughts into an LLM and then just sent us in the output. So it's like, do we publish this? Sort of, it's quite sort of a funny thing. So then when you think about like a community like RIPE that runs on open discussion, consultations, mailing lists, debate, and so on, it seems like this stuff could really generate some really novel problems for us. And it could really just take a handful of people to give us all a big headache. But then there is a brighter side as well, and I know this is probably going to trigger a lot of people. I think it could really help with understanding a lot of the really complex stuff. The paid versions are very different to the free version, and I've found that's really been pretty impressive in the way it can sum up some really complex information.
Thank you. Thank you. Interesting thoughts, of course. And we would like to hear then Gabor from the registration side of the...
All right. Yeah, so hello, everyone. I definitely see a potential of AI within the registry, but I think for me, the key focus here is on assistance. So it's not necessarily as a replacement of any of my teams, as we are seeing in the industries at the moment, with bigger vendors like Klarna, like Vodafone, like Booking.com, who are fully replacing their, let's say, self-service teams, the full front-end capability by AI bots. We're not there yet, and I also don't think that we're going to be there in the next 2 years. I have three main reasons for that to believe this. So one, that's also addressed by Hans-Petter in the previous presentation. I think there's still a lot of automation potential that we're currently not even utilizing. So in that sense, I think we should learn how to walk before we start running. So for me, let's first deplete all of the automation capabilities that we have before we start looking into more advanced technologies like AI. That's for me one reason. The second one, and that's more looking at the audience here today and also looking at the feedback that we're getting. The human factor in our services, I think, is highly appreciated. So we have an extremely high NPS and CES. I come from a telco background, and I'm still amazed every day when I look at their own NPS, for example. And this is also where you see is that if you look at Klarna as an example, or Vodafone, Booking.com, they're actually all going back to rehiring humans because employees, or not necessarily the employees, but also the customers, they're really missing that human touch. And they're also missing the ability of a human to do the proper fraud detection, as an example. So that's quite interesting to see. And that's also backed by a recent Gartner report that I've read, is that essentially all of the companies and all of the industries that have been shouting the loudest that they will move their entire front office to AI, the expectation is that 50% of those companies will actually get back on that promise by 2027, and they will move back into the human space again. So that's two of them. And the third one for me is, I think, if you look at AI and the sensitivity of some of the data leaks that we've seen lately, for me, the human should always be in the loop. So that means that there should always be somebody next to that AI, especially when we deal with sensitive topics at the core of the internet, where we are operating. A bias in any model there would have global consequences, and we should prevent it at all times. So in conclusion, I definitely see opportunities. Let's say, call it an AI augmented workforce, but I don't expect us to move to full AI and start replacing our employees by a chatbot in the near future.
Thank you. Yes, I think this thought about the human in the loop is very important. I think we will come back to that, but I ask Robert to tell us his ideas about how they could use AI.
Yes, thank you. As many of you know, I'm primarily responsible for RIPE Atlas in general, but I've been involved in our measurement systems for about 20 years now. And so with that background, I'm going to cover the internet measurement systems. And there, the picture might be a little bit different. I could express the brave opinion that the internet measurement space could be safe for AI trials, as we can call them. So in fact, Hans-Petter said that earlier, that we've already been thinking about doing some machine learning and experiments in this space. So most of our measurement systems have ongoing data flow describing some kind of internet behavior. So for example, there's data playing with Atlas and control playing with RIS. And whenever an event happens on the internet, there's usually a signal there, but that's hard to find by just eyeballing the data, maybe because it's just the pure volume of data that we see. But it's trivial to see and pinpoint if you know that there is a signal. So I think there's a nice opportunity to use machine learning in this space. An entirely different aspect in my mind is using AI to interact with the systems that we have. As it is with LLMs today, it is likely possible that you can just ask your agent, please measure this thing of mine and tell me if it works fine. Now that's a bold statement, but LLMs go a long way nowadays. So some of our staff are already experimenting with MCPs, and we are considering trying that out on our real systems to see if that can work. So that's mostly my interest in the near future.
Thank you very much. We have heard so far what initiatives there are already within the NCC. I think we can have the question on Kahoot about how you see the opportunities of AI in the NCC, and then I will ask again the participants to react to what you are saying. We would like you to reply possibly with a single word so that it can be short and we can read it. Thank you. We will wait for a couple of seconds, and I hope this time I will not think that we have finished the question and the answers. Yes, as we have heard, we have plenty of opportunities. I'm sure you were already aware of most of them, and you have hopefully a lot of other ideas as well. Yeah, this is we have a big automation. Yeah, it's clear, and efficiency. Data mining, data mining is probably for Robert, but I don't know. Let's reverse then the answers. I mean the order of the answers. Robert.
Okay, there's a lot of good inspiration here. Automation, data mining, I like those. So as I mentioned, it seems there's an opportunity to interact with measurement systems, since it's probably the safe space. But there are risks, of course, everywhere. So I think it should be possible, provided that we can, teach LLMs, so to speak, to translate some of those questions that network operators have, so that they don't have to learn the APIs and the interaction and so on. So imagine that you can ask a question to our system saying, hey, can you please confirm that traffic can flow from this AS to this AS at this point? Or compare DNS responses about this thing coming from Romania and give me a report. Or even start monitoring my prefix and let me know if it has a problem. So I find those as opportunities, and here the real essence is to use AI and machine learning as an assistance, as Gabor said, not replacing the human, but don't make me learn this thing. Just do what you should be doing to help me. So
thank you.
As long as it doesn't come with the mandate that, dear NCC, make sure that this will work in the future. So the mandate is more like explore what's possible here. Then it could be a safe space in my neck of the woods, so to say.
Thank you. We are a bit short of time, I'm afraid. We also have a lot of replies or answers from the audience, which are quite small and difficult to read even, but hopefully you can react to some of them. Gabor, perhaps you want to continue? Thank you.
Yeah, but I think I can keep it short. I think if I look at what's on the screen at the moment, it's in line with the thinking that we have as well, right? So it ranges from don't to more or less simple tasks that can be automated. And that's also the line of thinking that we have at the moment. So Like I said, I'm not in the game here to greatly reduce my staff. I think a lot of the things mentioned here are definitely part of that. So around brain drain as an example, what I want to prevent as much as possible, like I gave some of the examples before. I think it was IBM also that fired a lot of their staff and then came to the point that they needed to rehire everybody because they didn't understand their core processes anymore, and they had to get their people back because who in the end still understood what the LLM was doing. And I think that's what I see here on the screen as well. The interesting one I see is a smart policy search. This is one, and it also refers back to what Anthony was saying at the beginning, right? Towards the future, as PDP is also part of the registry, it will be interesting to see how do we handle the PDP process in general, knowing that there is something like AI that can generate these things for us more or less, or have replies and audits done on policies by AI essentially. So that's, I think, also something that we will see in the threads maybe a little bit later. But I like what I see here because it's already aligned with the line of thinking that we have from a registry perspective.
Thank you very much. Anthony, if you want to continue.
Yeah, I mean, there was various points earlier on when I was sort of testing it out and it would hallucinate all these references and give incorrect information and so on. But we also have a lot of like incoming queries from people where often comms, legal, maybe the policy officer, we've got to sort of work on a formal explanation of policy or why things are a certain way. And I've really noticed with the later models with the ability to sort of select that, spend more time thinking or processing this question. What I get back from one of those questions now pretty much matches what we would send that person. And so I just think like externally, I think maybe the ability to sort of say, describe to me with references how the RIPE NCC's policy and procedures have developed from V4 run out to today in light of the transfer market and various things. I ran that earlier, and that's something that I've worked really closely on since I started working at the NCC, so I kind of know that part inside out. And I don't think it missed anything out there. At first glance, I thought it had made a few mistakes, and then I realized that actually I was the one mistaken, and I'd misremembered a few things. So, I mean, I don't really know to what extent this kind of like diffuses and everyone's on the same model that has the same ability. But I think that ability to sort of ask really pointed questions and get quite specific answers is going to be really impactful.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there are plenty of interesting thoughts for you, including anomaly detection and so on. Please react to some of them, perhaps. Thank you.
I love to see some of my brain dump in this in this workout, because there are definitely some words triggering me, like risk analysis or anomaly detection or even automation of checks. Because in an ideal world, it would be great if the moment that an AI system can detect an anomaly in our systems, we can have automation running, for example, directly go and quarantine a system that is under attack to protect the organization, right? So this is also the future that we would be striving for. On the other side, I think, because, for example, we do a lot of risk analysis in the organization to understand what are emerging threats that we need to think about, how do we prepare as an organization, and we do that holistically from the enterprise level, but also for new systems, for example, that are going to go in production. It would be great to have a tool, for example, for every production team that thinks, hey, I have a cool idea. I would like to put something completely different, a new tech stack, new technology, and to help them also have a self-service, for example, to think about what kind of risks am I introducing by doing that. It helps also train a little bit the rest of the organization from that perspective. And I want to touch on the last thing, because I think the automation of checks is perhaps one of the things that can also help the organization holistically. One of the biggest pain points that most of the employees come to me and say is compliance, right? This is a significant overhead. It's a financial overhead, right? Going through an audit takes a significant amount of effort from the organization. And so having, for example, AI give you directly feedback, is this the right piece of evidence for this type of control? Perhaps you need to deliver something different to comply. Is also a thinking process that can help us in the future automate to an extent this kind of work for efficiency gains.
Thank you very much. We would like to have some feedback from the audience, but I think it is useful to have it together for the other after the other two questions as well, especially as we are a bit short of time. So perhaps if we could have the second question asked to the audience, namely, what are the threats of using AI? Yes, so as you are answering this question, I would like to remind you that we could easily, and we would like to ask you to continue the discussion on the mailing list, because I'm sure we will not be able to cover all the aspects on the first hand, all the questions or ideas that you put forward. So this will be a good opportunity to exchange some ideas on the mailing list as well. Now we have some replies, yes, and well, who wants to go first? Perhaps Anthony this time. Is it fine with you?
Sure. Just not sure which one to really. Yeah, I mean, I think the dehumanization thing is quite serious, I think. You can see, like, even, I don't know, I've had a few times where someone sent me some horrible AI thing, and I'm like, is this even worth, like, you haven't bothered to think about this. Should I bother to think about it? I think that just kind of turns everything off and just ends everything. I think you really want to have a sense that you're talking to other people. False certainty, hallucinations, all that sort of stuff is a really big risk. So, I mean, my previous comments are all quite positive, but there are some really huge risks here, and it's easy to sort of get lulled into trusting the model after you've had a few good answers, and then maybe something quite crazy slips under the radar. Yeah, I don't know, those are a few things.
Yes, perhaps if you want to continue, Eleonora. I think there are a lot of thoughts for you. So.
For sure. I think what I mentioned also, the governing AI responsibly in the organization, whether that's something we build ourselves or whether that's something we purchase through enterprise contracts, there are key fundamental elements that we will need to consider in order to protect the security of the organization, but also what we produce as output. And so thinking, what will be the whole AI governance model to protect our data, right? Which to some extent is your data, right? That you entrust us with, to make sure that whatever is being designed is designed with security in mind, privacy in mind, and that there is indeed a human in the loop in the end. I also want to touch a little bit on the bias aspect, because of course, the moment that you start utilizing AI for actual services, you really need to think also about the ethical aspects of what you're doing, to make sure that the output will, to the extent possible, be checked by a human, that you maintain your training sets to ensure that you're giving fair treatment when some of the responses of the humans will depend on AI as a tool. So if we're going to move in the space of AI, we need to do that with respecting regulations, designing for least privileges, ensuring that whatever system is going to be deployed goes through the proper privacy impact assessments, security assessments, and designed with security controls in mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Gabor, perhaps what you see here as big risks for the registration?
And so one of the big risks for me is so we are, since we have humans as, let's say, our front end dealing with the tickets coming in. The thing that Eleonora was mentioning before around a smarter, let's say, attacks on our people, that's something that's definitely helping. And the interesting thing is that hallucination here is also mentioned as a threat, but actually it sometimes also saves us. So we have active cases in which we've seen that evidence that was produced, we can just type that into, let's say, the free versions of a chatbot, and we see the actual replies that were sent to our employees as an example. So in those cases, we were actually saved by the fact that they're still hallucinating. But it does present an interesting case if you look at what I mentioned before around policy development, right? So we can feed the policies, since they're open source anyway. If you start feeding those to LLMs, you see that they all interpret the policies a bit differently. And I think that's the thing that we need to be mindful of, is that the things that we're getting as part of audits, as part of, let's say, a proof that is being sent to us, is likely highly to be produced by an AI, as an example. That's something that we haven't thought about before. So we actually need anti-AI mechanisms to be able to validate that the things that we're getting from proof to answers, that they're actually coming from an actual human, and that they're actually documentation that is being produced. And coming back to the previous point, right? I think the human element in all of this, I think, remains key for us, and that's something that an AI would not be able to offer at this stage in time.
Thank you. Robert, what do you see as threats?
Yeah, a little bit just continuing on what Gabor said, but also we have to keep in mind that we shouldn't depend, I think those words, some of those words echo this, we shouldn't depend on the AI being available, even if we are actually using it, because that, the unavailability of AI would cripple our business processes. That would be a problem. So, we have to make sure that we can fulfill our function, even if it's not there, while building on it, helping us. That would be kind of an ideal situation. But also picking up on the hallucination, I would hate to work with an AI that I could ask to give me 100 probes from Albania, when there are no 100 probes in Albania, and it would even give me results. That would be bad. But I think we have to see if that's happening in our neck of the woods.
Thank you. And I think we should ask the audience to tell us what we didn't think about yet, what we didn't talk about. And then I think we can have a short cue at the microphone about what the community thinks we should continue talking about a bit here. It is very difficult to react to all the ideas raised, because of course all of them would require a longer time for a proper response, and I'm grateful to the panelists that they tried to react in a short way, and due to time constraints, I think we have to react only briefly. Okay. Yes, I think we have the answers right now. Yeah, AI poetry. Yes, I don't think we need to go back to the limericks in the database, but probably. Now I suggest that the panelists tell us what they want to react to. Environmental impact is obviously quite significant, but this is general to the NCC, I think, so it is much more difficult to ask a given area to take care of it. So, yeah, let's go another round. Eleonora, if you want to start, please. Thank you.
I think it's very hard to ignore the big blob of environmental impact. So I think this is something we need to take in-house together with our internal strategy of, because we look at sustainability in the greater context within the organization. So this is not something I think that can be ignored.
Thank you. Anthony?
Maybe I see the dependence one there, and on the previous one there was something about brain rot. I think that needs a lot of care to avoid. I think there's some funny stuff you see where like you generate some kind of like sloppy idea thing, and you've just really typed in a little bit, but all of a sudden you sort of I don't know, identify with the output a little bit, and then you're quite proud of what you've made, and then you show it to people, and they're all, what is this sort of thing you're doing? And I think, yeah, if you think about like, since my navigation skills haven't improved since Google Maps, I'm even more lost without it. So I think that's probably something we really need to be careful of.
Thank you. Gabor?
Yeah, the one I really like is no AI at all. That's on the screen, at least for me. It's hard to forget that we see AI as a given, and it's not. So it's definitely something that we should also consider. Is there an issue with us relying on old-fashioned brain power, so to say? And I think that's not the case. And also, like Eleonora was saying, as an organization, we cannot overlook the environmental part of it all, right? So every time you fire a query, there's a data center that is powering up and is burning all of this fuel, let's say. So definitely also this is something that we need to take into consideration if we also want to be a sustainable organization.
Thank you. Robert, a couple of words.
Yes, the others mentioned the environmental impact. Of course, I think that's important. I would like to highlight the loss of competence, because that, in my mind, that's one of the risks, that once you start to rely too much on AI, it's really difficult to come back from. And I think Gabor touched on it before, that you have to make sure that you can operate in the future, even in the worst case of, sorry, some of our processes are not available. So our capacity just dropped to 10% what it used to be. That is something we have to keep in mind.
Thank you. I think if you have some questions which you would like to ask, or some things to raise in the audience, we could have one or two questions, and after that we will ask again the first question, whether you have changed your mind. Yeah, please state your name and affiliation, please, if possible.
Tom Hill, British Telecom. Kahoot kept breaking for me, so I was going to put in one thing that we haven't considered yet. I don't think we have. I don't think I heard anyone say this, but liability, because it isn't a case about if it makes a mistake, it's when it makes a mistake.
Well, yeah, that's a very good question. I think the answer is it's the company itself who is liable, but yes, I think I will ask the panelists to volunteer to answer this question if they want, any of them, please.
Well, just speaking for the comms bits, I mean, I think there's always going to be a person there, and we always try and take responsibility to make sure we're checking everything internally and stand by whatever goes out. So I think however that's generated, that wouldn't change that for us.
Thank you. Are you kind of satisfied with the answer, or you would like to go in further details?
You haven't changed my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Then you answered with no. I know. Thank you. Perhaps we can, if we don't have further questions at the microphone or comments, then we could have the Kahoot. Oh, okay, Brian, I see.
Yes, it is. Brian Nisbet, HEANet. I was minded to ask if the opening question in Kahoot was written by an AI, because, and I, with all due respect to whoever did come up with the question, it's a meaningless question with far too many parameters that are needed to give any sort of meaningful answer. you know, is AI the future of NC services? Well, it's probable that commercial software that they buy will end up using it by default. There is going to be some stuff. Is it the future? Not any sort of realistic, reasonable future, because as the panel said, the humans, you know, we interact with the NCC for the staff, you know, not for the UI, not for, the code is important, of course it is, the things behind it are vitally important. But we interact with the staff, you know, we have seen we've all experienced now large companies that have gone too far down that particular brain rot rabbit hole, and you're spending time talking to a bot that what the computer says no, or will make stuff up, or whatever else. And while I appreciate there are differences between the paid versions and the not paid versions of models, these are still also fundamentally, the LLMs are largely based on theft. It's that straightforward, and the world has gone, well, they're big. I mean, Nick Clegg recently saying that, you know, but if we had to ask for permission, this would all fall apart. You're like, yeah, dude, you stole a whole bunch of stuff. It shouldn't be there. They should have paid vastly more money. The bubble is almost certainly going to burst. What is left after that of the companies that are still standing, of the software that is there, the advances in code are amazing and are doing things, but what does the future mean? What is, you know, of what services? So I'm going to sit down again now in a moment, and I'm going to answer the question you're going to put up in Kahoot, and it's still a binary that gives you can't see how it gives you any useful data at that point in time. And that's my concern. You know, this panel has been very interesting, and I really appreciate the responses from the information from the panel. But that question, why are we asking it? You know, does the panel actually believe that response will give the NCC any useful information?
Well, thank you very much for your input. It's very valuable. First of all, no, it was not generated by AI, but I agree that this is a very difficult question. And I think the idea behind was to judge how the community feels in general about this, because not exactly what is the future, because nobody can predict it, but how people feel that and how deeply they think we should be involved in using AI. I think this was the purpose, but I see Rob coming to the microphone.
Yeah, Rob Evans, co-chair. So the way it was presented to us was like an old school debate, where the starting premise is this house believes that X. You have the debate, and you see how many people have changed their mind after the debate. Yeah, that's how it was presented.
And if I can add one last thing that might influence a bit how people answer the question, if Kahoot would allow us to ask any type of question, and there were no limitations in number of words that are put on the screen, the question would have been formulated a little bit: to what extent do we integrate AI in the RIPE NCC services, right? Not at all, a little bit to help make the organization more efficient, our services faster, more feature rich, or all the way to talking to a chatbot, right? Where is the sentiment in this line?
Thank you. Then if we could have your answers to the first and last question, actually, and let's see whether anybody has changed their mind, either in favor or against. Sorry, I see that we still have some comment from the audience, and I think you can go ahead because we can comment on the results afterwards. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm Guillaume Leclanc from OVH. Yeah, sorry, it's a French accent. I think the AI models that we think about right now are the LLMs mostly, and they are all statistics-based models. Sorry. And when we think about statistics, we think about approximation. And I think most of the services that the RIPE NCC give to the community are not approximations. They are precise things, algorithmically valid. So you can use AI where you don't need precision and authority. But wherever you need authority, you can't use AI. You can use it to help you build it, but not be authoritative about it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the results we see, are they final so that I can comment them? Yes, it means clearly that people are more aware of the threats of the AI. And I think what Brian has raised, that we want to interact with the stuff and not with a machine, is very clear. And I don't think the NCC ever had this idea to replace people by machine. At the same time, it is very clear on the security side that many things have to be clarified before introducing anything, and to double check and so on. But at the same time, a lot of areas are well, it is very useful if AI is used to a certain level in a lot of areas. I think this is kind of a conclusion we can have about this discussion. And of course, we welcome any further feedback on the mailing list. And I'm sorry we left Hans-Peter a bit short of time. So I hope he doesn't mind too much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and the panelists for participating. Thank you very much. It's not the way to go down.
Thanks for that. It's me again. 10 minutes left. Okay. I actually run this presentation twice today, so I said if they go over time, I will just say that come to the GM and then you can watch it there. And the main message from this presentation is really, you know, if you just want to leave now, come to the BOF tomorrow. That's when we will have an in-depth discussion on strategy. No, since I'm here, I can't resist reflecting a bit on the AI thing, because, you know, looking into strategy, what does this mean for us? And I have a couple of thoughts while we're discussing this. When I was a kid, I had my own encyclopedia in my room. I mean, I was privileged. I had knowledge there in my bookshelf. If I needed more, I could go into the living room where they have the 6-book version, or I could go to the library, right? Today, I can hardly answer any question without consulting Google or whatever. Tomorrow, can I do that without consulting an AI? I don't know. But honestly, personally, I'm an AI skeptic. So I'm not the one pushing AI. But as all of you who have worked in IT knows from the last 10 years, the concept of shadow IT, your employees does not use the tools from the IT department anymore. They use whatever SaaS service is out there. And guess what? You know, staff at the RIPE NCC are using what tools they find useful for their, and, you know, Eleonora, you know this, but you want, you know, you don't want to know this. You know, it's in use already. How do we turn this into responsible use? Because just saying no, that's not going to cut it. But yeah, it's interesting discussion, and I think we need to continue to discuss this to use it in a responsible way and in a controlled manner. Strategy. 4 anchors to guide our strategy going forward is what's on the table in the documents that out for consultation. We're not done yet. This is a sneak peek after internal discussions with staff, with the board, with the management. Guarantee uniqueness and build trust. Ensure uniqueness of internet number resources. I mean, that's the whole thing that we offer you guys with the RIR system. Your numbers are registered in our database. That guarantees uniqueness, right? Demonstrate trust through neutrality, transparency, resilience, and authoritative data. Provide responsible stewardship, contribute to internet security, resilience, scalability, and stability on supporting open standards, promoting best practices, and capacity building efforts. Focus on technical integrity, IPv6 deployment, that was mentioned here earlier, RPKI, routing security, and interconnection. And this is something that we can't do. We can help you to do that, right? Be a source of authoritative data. We have a lot of measurement services. We have data in the registry. We have other sources of data. How do we curate that into neutral data that we can use to produce report? You can use to do your own research and produce reports. Engage members and renew community. I remember I joined one of this community and I was one of the young guys. And I still feel like one of the young guys, although I have to realize that, you know, the color of my head gives me away now. I'm getting to the sort of end of my career. So we need to make sure that we, you know, not only let new people in, but also let new and younger people set the agenda moving forward. The focus areas then, I mentioned already in the plan for next year, but longer term in the next 5 years as well, registry accuracy. Automate processes, modernize technology, strengthen fraud detection, because unfortunately, we're not where we were in the beginning of the 90s. Everybody on the internet could be trusted. Today, internet is used for crime and fraud. And we want to enhance self-service, ensure compliance with global standards and best practices. Internet itself, resilience, scalability, and routing security is vitally important for society, and we need to ensure through internet number resource distribution, promotion of V6, or operation of K-route, routing security, and RPKI. Data and insights, maintain control of data and use automation responsibly to improve efficiency, support members, and keep providing high-quality neutral insights. Because the vast amount of data that we have there, terabytes, it's, you know, very interesting for researchers, although you want to not ask your LLM, but you want to read our PDF publication on the analysis of that, right? Or both. Community partnership and trust, renew and diversify participation, uphold openness and inclusivity, and build trust through responsible action, training, and knowledge sharing. Good governance, demonstrate transparent, representative, neutral, and resilient governance, maintain a fit-for-purpose membership model, but we also need to be agile, and we need to have an execution culture. Foster a culture of delivery and accountability with strong follow-up through being adaptive and goal-oriented. So this is what's on the table now, these two slides, right? The anchors and the focus areas, right? Got a slide here about the process. As I said, both tomorrow, QR code here, there is a survey. Please take out your phones. Everybody take out their phones, you have them, and fill in the survey. And I'll use the rest of my time for that. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Hans-Peter. Mick O'Donovan, HANet. I made this comment on the chat. I've built up the courage to actually say it on the mic. I think it's regrettable that two areas that people have called out to wish the NCC invest less time in is training and certification. I think that's, from my opinion, as a user of both in the past, it has brought me great pleasure to receive both training and certification from the RIPE NCC. I think if we are looking to encourage new membership into the community without the training program that the RIPE NCC currently does, we're probably in a bad place. So I would definitely petition that you continue to do that, and I greatly appreciate you doing it till now. Same for the certification. I think it was great to see that there was a vendor agnostic training certification program that was in our community. And as a network operator, I'm sure I'm not alone in placing a lot of value in a network engineer that has been trained and well versed in things like BGP security from an agnostic point of view and IPv6 security from an agnostic point of view, as opposed to vendor-led. So I think that's something that you absolutely should continue to do, and I feel saddened that other members are thinking that that's something that we should invest less time in. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'm quite sure that my colleagues that work in this area are very happy to hear that from you. The result, the survey is still open, so you know this is not live updated, but will we see that? From what we've heard so far, very little change is what the feedback is. And there are more detail tomorrow, so you know, come back and have a look on that. You can see the feedback, as you mentioned, on the training services. Actually, it's not as black and white as you said. There is quite some support on that, but that's kind of for tomorrow's more detailed slide. Any other questions or comments? If you haven't answered, please fill in the survey. Thank you.
Thanks, Hans-Peter. Thanks to the panelists as well. So that's us. The GM is in this room. Fergal? GM is in this room? Yes. Yep. So once we've wrapped up, everyone can make their way out, and you have to show your GM badge to get back in again in half an hour. So thanks all. See you in Edinburgh, which should be a short training ride for me. Thank you.